there it go. Okay, that should do it there. All right, East Coast, if you can hear me fine, just let me know. I was trying a new streaming software. I guess I need to test that out before I try to go live with some shit like I'm a professional.
The views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at talkrealsolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of talkrealsolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not talkrealsolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
All right, all right. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions, and I am your host, Tyrone Thompson. I was having a little bit of confusion and whatnot going on. See, like right now, I don't know why my screen is showing that. I need to figure out at least what I'm doing. I'm going to get it together in a second. It shouldn't be showing that. Let me see. Hold on. Nothing never planned. This is how my New Year's is starting out, damn it. It's some bullshit. We're gonna get it right though. That's me ordering some weight sets. Trying to. I got fat. I got fat after the back surgery and I need to do something about it. I don't know what else to say about that. There's no other excuse besides Tyrone is a lard ass now. And I need to de-lard my ass because I'm a bigums, you know. But I got an excuse. Why is that thing capturing that screen? I don't want you to capture that screen, motherfucker. Okay, so we got it now. So there we go. We're gonna do this blank screen until I figure out what the hell I'm doing. It should capture the Talk Real Solutions website, and that's it. But for some reason, it wanted to capture every damn thing that I open on my. Oh, no wonder. This is it. Hold on. No, that's not it. I'm fucked up. Anyway, I'll do it as the show go on. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy 2024. Hope you guys are coming into the new year feeling good. But as I always do, I want to invite you to go to talkrealsolutions.com. And you know what? This year right here, I might just go ahead and shut down the website. I've enjoyed it. It's been a while. But you know, it is what it is. I might just go ahead and shut down the website, and we still do the Talk Real Solutions YouTube channel and keep it here. But while it's up, there is a 3-point plan to Black empowerment and financial freedom, because I can put all of this stuff on the website, on YouTube, in the comment sections and all that kind of stuff, in the about section and all that kind of stuff, and try to drive traffic or, you know, some looky-loos over there to get the information instead of trying to drive them to the website. So to me, that makes more sense. So that just may be what I do with the website. But regardless, the 3-point plan to Black empowerment and financial freedom, it has 3 points. The first point is to get together with like-minded people. The second point is to stop all unnecessary spending and save your money. The third point is as a unit, invest or save your money in a verified and trusted institution. A great goal would be for you to open a Black-owned business, and right above the 3-point plan, you have a link to African American-owned banks, and African American owned credit unions, we could all start moving our money to these institutions to start practicing group economics today. And check out the rest of the links and articles on the website. That's exactly where we will be getting the well, no, you can just brute. We ain't gonna be on the website tonight. I actually gonna be on places like Google and other places tonight, getting you information about what's going on. But if you want the browse the website, you can. It's there. But if you want to call into the show, what you can do is you can dial the number at 717-908-1834, and I'll get you on the line like I always do. And I invite conversations. I want people to engage and ask questions so we can have a healthy dialogue compared to some of the conversations that we get into where it's very controversial back and forth and start calling names and all that kind of stuff. In that way, TRS has grown. I have grown because I don't like, I will take my shots and I will call a little bit of names, but it's a little joke. It's nothing serious. People take things serious whenever whenever they invite themselves into your space and they say some crazy stuff and they get corrected. They always take it serious. They want to fight. They want to argue. They want to prove you wrong. They want to call you names and all of that. And I think that I have risen above that over time. I did used to get in the mud and have fun doing it. Back in the Mandela Khan days, and all of those guys, and even still today when Sarge call in, I can't help myself. If y'all notice, I try to restrain myself as long as I can before I start behaving childish like he's behaving from the jump. As soon as he get on the phone, that's all he does. I'm here to get your ass, nigga. That's all he does. He don't want to engage in the conversation. He don't want to talk about the facts or evidence in the issue or the lack of. He just want to call names and politically take the position of how he's been programmed and push that agenda. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but have a civil conversation about it. And I don't mind pointing out how crazy you are, how ridiculous you sound by promoting the dumb crap that is coming out from your perspective, because it is. At this point, guys, listen, if you're still a Republican, if you're still a Trump supporter, if you're still on the political right in this country and you see what's going on, I don't have to repeat it here on Talk Real Solutions. It's all in the news. Listen, the latest thing is the Epstein list. Get the fuck out of here. The Donald Trump name is all on the Epstein list. Now, don't listen, that Epstein list is not political. Because you got some people on the left, some people on the right, some people like Stephen Hawkins. I don't know where he stands, but he's in a wheelchair. He don't stand nowhere. I'm sorry, that was wrong. But you got everybody on that list. And what the common denominator is about that list is that it's the majority rich white men with power that was taking advantage of children. Imagine that. The same people that these idiots go out here and repeat and push their agenda, right? Because they're either high and mighty, or they believe in the Bible, or they believe in their political stance, or they believe in their agenda. The same people that's got these programmed idiots running around here like cult followers, pushing their MAGA agenda, are the same ones that showed up in the sex trafficking island of Epstein. That is crazy. That is crazy. And then tonight you got Cat Williams out there. Listen, I tried to explain to y'all last week how people like Tasha K and Donald Trump and a lot of people, they want to stay relevant, right? And I ain't taking nothing away from that, brother. Do what you got to do. Get your money. Do what you got to do. And in order for them to be relevant, you got to do some shocking shit nowadays, right? You got to try to overthrow a country. you you've got to try to accuse Kevin Hart of doing some criminal activity. You've got to attack Will and Jada in order to stay relevant. So Cat Williams did this interview with I think it was Shannon Sharp, and everybody's talking about it because he ain't holding no punches. He's attacking everybody, and I don't have the time in my schedule to go over the list of people that Cat Williams accused of whatever he accused them of. Now I'm not saying whether it's true or false because I don't know what this man experienced. I don't know, but I do know in today's time, if you want to be relevant, if you want people to keep saying your name, you've got to do this shocking stuff constantly, over and over and over and over again, right? And every so often, Cat Williams will fall off, and then he'll come back because he did something stupid. You remember the time he got his ass whooped by the teenage boy? You remember the time he would go, and that kept him in the news for a little while. I felt sorry for the little man, but it kept him in the news, and then he said some more stuff, and so now it's Cat Williams and the Shannon Sharp interview, guys. If you haven't heard it, go listen to it. I haven't listened to it. It may impress you. It impressed a young man that called me today and was telling me how much information Cat Williams was putting out there. How he was telling all the dark secrets and he won't holding no punches and all this. I said, look, man, okay, I get it, but it's not that. I'm not no gossiper, right? I don't do that. I will have a conversation about it, give you my opinions, but I'm not about to call you on the telephone and hang my flip flop off my toe and start wagging it back and forth, and gossiping about what these people are saying to each other, right? That's not me. I will do it here for entertainment purposes only, right? Because we need to have something to talk about. Y'all want to listen to something, so I don't mind coming to this point and having a conversation. But I don't gossip like that about Cat Williams because I see what he's doing. I think, and I believe that it might be one of these things to where Cat Williams is trying to stay relevant. And he's saying these things. I'm not saying that he has not experienced what he said he experienced. I don't know, but he's in the news, and guys, if y'all haven't heard him, go listen to him and formulate your own opinions about what is going on. What else is going on in the news, guys? I believe that there was another attack in Iran or something of that nature. I don't know. I've been running around today. I haven't caught up, but I can do a Google and try to find out what it was, or I can hold on. Let me see if I can do this. How do you do this? I'm gonna try to pull up. See, I hate not being prepared, and I should have practiced before I came on here, but y'all know me. I shoot from the hip. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere. Yeah, there was a Let me type it into Google. Iran attack. Yeah. Well, I heard that there was an attack from Iran, and there was, because I just found the article. Um, so what I have to say about that one? Where is my? Oh Jesus! I'm sorry, guys. I got Windows 11. And Windows 11 give you so many features, right? That and that's really why I started late, is because I'm trying to utilize all this new stuff with Windows 11. They give you like multi desktops and all kinds of crap, and it's just pretty cool how many features Windows 11 got. And I'll be tired of this in about a month or so. But right now, I'm enjoying it. But anyway, back to Iran. Iran got attacked, I think. Here it is right here. So let me see if I can get this up on your screen. Okay, so it should be on the screen now. Boom. All right. So Iran got attacked today, I think this morning. And what stood out to me about this attack is that who attacked them? ISIS attacked them. Why is that significant to me? Because over the years I've been heard that ISIS got done away with, right? Donald Trump was supposed to get rid of ISIS, right? That was his claim to fame. See, you fucking MAGA heads ain't listening. And you know, y'all can say that they reconstituted or whatever, but no, if you do away with something, it's done. They did away with the Black Panther Party. I don't see them no goddamn more. Right? So they supposed to have did away with ISIS, but it says the Islamic State take responsibility for the deadly bombing in Iran. Now I'm not cheering on Iran and I'm not cheering on ISIS. But it was significant because it is ISIS attacking Iran. What type of response will the world have because of the reconstitution or the military attack on Iran from the Islamic State? The group, which has struck before in Iran, had a long history of division with the country. The Islamic State claimed responsibility on Thursday for the bombing attack that killed 84 people in Kerman, Iran, the day before during a memorial procession for Major General, and you guys can see this guy's name, hopefully. Oh no, I got something wrong here. Jesus Christ, why is this thing doing this? Oh no, it should be right. Hold on. Major General, whoever that is, Salami. I think that's the guy that Donald Trump took out. According to a post, the extremist group official Telegram account, the extremist group called the attack a dual martyrdom operation and described how two militants approached a ceremony at the tomb of General Soleimani and detonated explosives, belts strapped to their bodies near the grave of the hypocrite leader. The general, a widely revered and feared Iranian military officer who was the architect of the Iranian-led and funded alliance of the Shiite group across the Middle East, was assassinated 4 years ago in an American drone attack. The Islamic State, a Sunni Muslim organization, considers its mission to kill apostate Muslims, including Shiites. Iran, a majority Shiite country, is led by a theocratic government in which the Shiite clerics are in charge. In a statement, the Islamic State identified the two attackers as Omar Mohahid, and I'm not getting ready to screw up this man's name, but you guys can see it. The group is composed of local affiliates across the Muslim world, but it did not specify which region the organization was behind the bombings. All right, guys, listen. You got Ukraine, right? And then the Jews and the Hamas and the Palestinians has kicked off a conflict. And here's another conflict that is starting um, in that part of the world. Listen, I don't care what you say, but this is the reason that I was attacking religion. Hold on. This is the reason that I was trying to point out what is going on with religion. This is the reason why it's so important. And I'm not talking about specifically for black people, because that's where my conversation seemed to reach. But for humanity at large, this is the reason why somebody like me needs to point out how dangerous believing in something and having faith in something and believing that this thing is going to give you glory. This is how dangerous it is, because it doesn't only include the believer, it could kill, maim, and injure others, hundreds, maybe hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions, all because of this belief system. And when I spoke, people thought I was mainly talking about Christians. But because I live in America and this is a Christian nation, that's where it hit close to home. But I wasn't mainly talking about Christianity in general, because worldwide, the idea that humans believe in something using faith and no evidence is dangerous, because it leads to conflicts that have no real meaning behind them, and it leads to death. Now, I cannot get no clearer than the conflict that is going on right now in Iran. And if you don't want to accept that, then to add to that, you look at the conflict that is going on between Hamas and Israel. Those are two conflicts that are mainly based in religion. The Palestinians want to get rid of the Jews because, according to the Bible, that's what they're supposed to be doing. The Jews want to eradicate the Palestinians because their fate tell them, and they call them dogs, and they call them, scum of the earth, and they call them all kinds of things, right? So they want to get rid of them. And then you have another conflict kicking off with the Shiite and the whatever the other side is. This is so, I can't even remember all of them. But you have this other religious conflict kicking off in Iran based on their gods. Now, the reason that Christianity or Christians kind of throw up their hands and say it don't involve me is because to this point, we have not had a religious conflict in this country that involved, listen to me, bombs and blowing up building and suicide bombers, right? Listen to me now. But to a great extent, we have had that when you look at MAGA. I want y'all to hear me, because when you look at MAGA and the evangelical right in this country, you're talking about the Proud Boys. You're talking about Dylan Roof. You're talking about the shooting in what is it, New Jersey in the supermarket, or New York in the supermarket, right? You're talking about the shooter in Texas where they shot up the Walmart or the mall down there. You're talking about these religious right people that grab their guns and go out and kill people, and the mainstream media bends over backwards not to tie religion to it. Right? You're talking about the evangelical right embracing weapons of mass destruction. Right? Now y'all can people can argue maybe if you want to. Listen to what I'm saying. Because we have a religious mindset that caused half of America, damn near half of America, to choose this one person that wants to be a dictator and lead them to salvation politically, which makes no damn sense because the Bible don't use politics in the way it governs at all, because politics is a man-made system that was created way after the Bible, and you can't say that the politics is based off of the Bible because they're supposed to be separating state, separating from religion and government in our Constitution. So people mishing that stuff together, and they screwing up this damn country by leading in accordance with the Bible, and that's not the way it was intended. That's what's going on in Iran right now. Think about it. Iran is a theocracy, and you're trying to take the American government and the American system and American society, and instead of keeping the separation of church and state, you want to merge the two and have a church leading people like church leads people in Iran. And then when you violate the tenets of your religion in America, you're going to get punished accordingly. There's a woman in Texas, because the religious right has taken over the Supreme Court and outlawed abortion, and that kind of fed down to different states, and they started outlawing miscarriages. And there's a woman in Texas that had a miscarriage. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. There's a woman in Texas that had a miscarriage, and now she has to go through a court system because she's getting accused of murder because her body chemically rejected a child. And a miscarriage is as natural of a process as childbirth. It happens. So now you got your religion telling us that if something happens naturally to your body, then the state can hold you accountable. This is turning into a theocracy. Y'all, see, this is why I stopped talking about this shit, because it got too damn complicated for morons that listen to what I'm saying. That these sensitive ass, you know what? We're gonna move on. Listen. Whew. Listen. This is breaking news today, and it ain't got nothing to do with what I just talked about. I don't even know how I got to that point, and I'm not even gonna get into that with stupid people. You know, I seen this headline passing, and let me see if I can get it on the screen. It was a 17-year-old that committed a mass shooting today, right? It was a 17-year-old that committed a mass shooting. That committed a mass shooting today. And when I saw that, I said, you know what? This is too much. This is too much. And once again, guys, the briefing. You know, I'm gonna try to download the briefing because instead of me explaining it myself, I want y'all to hear this, right? I want y'all to hear this, and I want y'all, because the last mass shooting that happened, I tried to explain my point of view, and I feel like people didn't understand what I was trying to say because of how the officials dealt with it, right? And it's almost like watching uh program robots come out and respond to something, right? Oh man, yeah, there you go. So I'm gonna let y'all hear all 10 minutes of this response, and I'm gonna give you my response because it is sickening how this country responds automatically to these mass shootings like the issue isn't guns. It is sickening to watch these people after children has been killed, murdered under their authority, under their leadership, just pretend like guns ain't the problem. Every time I see a response to these mass shootings, I almost just want to throw whatever I'm looking at out the window. You know what? I got this. I downloaded this Norton's. Jesus Christ, I can't do it. I downloaded this Norton's protection program for my computers, and now that I did that, it won't let me go through some of the programs that I used to go through to download my damn MP3s. I got to take this shit off of here. I can't do this. Hold on, guys. Y'all gonna you gonna hear me struggling at the same time. I'm trying to do shit because when I got the Windows 11, a whole lot of stuff came up with it, and I figured I need some internet protection. So I said, okay, well, I'm gonna let Norton take care of my browser, and it looked like it ain't allowing me to do a couple of things. Download ready. I'm not clicking that. Hold on. We're gonna get back into it. But if y'all want to call in, y'all can call into the number and we can have this conversation. Oh, here's somebody. Hello, Ken. What's happening, man? Is that Ken? Or is that somebody with a blank number there? Can you hear me? Hello? Oh, Lord. Don't tell me I've been talking all this time and y'all ain't been hearing me. Test, test, test. Hold on. I hear myself on YouTube. Yeah, I'm screwing up. I don't know what's going on here, guys. Hold on. We're going to get it. If y'all ain't been hearing me this whole time, I'm going to throw this whole microphone out the window. Well, no, I hear myself. So that's the thing. So I don't know what happened to the caller. If you want to call back, you can. Um, but I don't. I mean, yeah, I don't know what happened. So if you want to call back, you can. And I don't even know where my dial pad is. Hold on for a second. I'm still connected though. That's good. All right, so here's the caller again. Can you hear me? Well, I'm gonna call back in. So hold on for a second. Let me see what happens if I call back in. Okay, Ken, can you hear me? Jesus Christ, is that your line? Okay, I'm open everybody's line. Somebody say something. Cause I believe Ken is retarded or something. Don't know how to use his phone. Cause I can hear myself fine on YouTube. All right, well I can't hear you. I'll leave your line open. And then you just speak whenever you want to speak. And now you interrupted me from downloading this audio. But yeah, guys, this shooting that happened this morning is horrific. And I seen one headline saying that the person, why I can't see myself on the damn switchboard. I don't know what's going on. But I seen one one headline saying that the person that did the shooting, right? Just like the other school shooting, they was trying to use homophobia, and they was a member of this social class, and that's the reason that they went out there, because they support gay people or whatever, you know. And I okay, you have a perspective and you have a side with that, right? Just like I have a side with, it's evangelical and racists that go out there and shoot people. Both of us got sides, both of us got points. But at the end of the day, you can have your side, and I can have mine. But at the end of the day, it's that gun, it's that weapons that is so readily available in this country that is killing children at a rate that is the number one cause of death for children in this country. That is the number one cause of death for children in this country. And the politicians and the people that are in charge do not address that issue whenever they're doing their briefings, whenever they're speaking to the public, whenever they're giving their condolences to the people that's been killed under their watch. And that just teased me off so much, because they're just completely ignoring the cause of death. They're ignoring the cause of death because it's about politics with them. It's about their constituents. It's about how they're going to be looked at if they actually gave a shit about the damn children and address the issue. The issue is there are too many guns in this country, and you have too many people with access to these guns, and that's exactly why at any point in time an idiot can go grab a gun and commit mass murder in this country and not get called out for it. As a matter of fact, the shooter is getting supported. The shooter is getting supported whenever these leaders don't call out the fact that the gun is the problem. How is the shooter getting supported, Tyrone? Well, I'm glad you asked, Mr. Dummy. I'm glad you asked. The shooter is getting supported because you're saying to that shooter that he did everything right up until the point he pulled a trigger, because you're not calling out the fact that that moron had access to a fucking weapon that he took to a schoolhouse and killed children. So you're supporting the shooter by saying, look, it's all right for you to buy that gun in this country. And it's all right for you to have that gun whenever you get angry and have a mental breakdown. So much so, you can actually take your anger out on children, helpless children, defenseless teachers. That's how you're supporting the shooter. That's how you're supporting the shooter. Oh, there's two people with their hands up now. So let me see if I can get these people line open. Whose number is this and this? Oh my goodness. Is my line open on I don't think I'm on. Hold on, YouTube. I think something going on here because
This service is provided in high definition by freeconferencecallhd.com. There are 4 participants in the conference. Q&A
Lord have
session has
mercy.
started. The recording has started.
Okay, whoever that is, they can turn that off. I'm sorry.
Oh, we didn't know we were live, Tyrone. This is
I'm sorry. Listen.
Yeah.
I've been talking this entire time, not called into the conference call. And
yeah, I can get through the conference call. That's why I called on my line. I was trying to
So
get
you
through
did
the
a
conference
whole
call.
monologue, and then
But we just
nobody
listened.
heard
No, we
anything?
heard you. No, I could hear him. I could hear him
Oh,
over
I didn't
YouTube.
hear him. I didn't hear him.
You didn't hear him? So if you call in on the phone, like,
I'm sorry. Did I hang up? What the fuck? Oh Lord, what is going on? Hold on. Am I crazy? I'm sorry. I know YouTube been hearing me the whole time.
This service is provided in high definition by freeconferencecallhd.com. There are 5 participants in the conference. Q&A session has started. The recording has started.
Oh shit.
you know,
Yeah, I
especially
dropped
on this
again,
particular-
man. I don't know. It might be my
Okay.
computer tonight. But yeah,
Right.
I know I didn't know if y'all had something to say. I seen that.
Yeah.
I think that's Ken that had his hand up one time, or somebody named Ken. If they want to say something, y'all heard me talking, and that's all I was doing. If y'all got something to say, man.
No, you everything that you touched upon. I was trying to get to you before you started talking about religion.
Oh, about religion?
And you,
But
before
could
before
you
the
give us
religion.
like a quick?
Mhm.
Could you give us a quick rundown for those that were listening on the
Oh,
conference
Jay
that didn't hear? Just
Oh,
like a
they didn't hear
rundown. 'Cause you ain't gonna go into
They
detail,
didn't hear
but what
anything.
you spoke
But
about.
Oh Lord, man, dang on Jay. I spoke.
it's too much.
I
No,
spoke
key
about
points.
Donald
Give me the
Trump
key
and
subject.
Epstein.
Okay.
I spoke
All
about
right.
Donald Trump and Epstein and him being on that list, and how these Trumpers and all of these politicians are okay with those people being child molesters and sex traffickers, and they ain't really calling it out. And I was just trying to.
Was there? Dershowitz?
Yeah, Dershowitz is on there. And I was trying to tie it to Iran and the Islamic State and the Jews and the Hamas and the religious wars that is going on, and
Yeah.
how people they just allow these people in power to just get away with it because they in power. And of course you can't do nothing about it because of the position in society that we have, but the only thing that we do have is a voice. You don't have to
Yeah.
agree with it. So yeah, they'll do it, but our power is to speak against it and not support it. You see what I'm saying? So, and it seems like
That's
people just
correct.
allow this stuff to just
That,
go on,
that's
man.
correct. I agree with you, Tyrone, on that.
Mm,
We're not sitting in Congress. You know, we're not in those positions to make the decision, but
right.
we can speak about it.
That's the only
You
thing
know,
we got is a voice.
yes,
And
100% agree.
I kind of ended up on the shooting that is happening now,
Yeah.
um, because the media. I'm gonna play this response so you guys can hear it. They don't take it.
Hmm.
They don't even address that the gun is the damn problem. So I'm gonna go ahead and play it right quick. And I'm pretty
Okay.
sure YouTube, y'all still up, right? Let me see if YouTube's still up. I know YouTube probably heard everything I said.
They did.
Okay.
They did.
Well, I hope y'all was entertained. Are you entertained? Okay, so here it is. Here's the response.
We'll go ahead and get started. Our hearts are heavy today, and our prayers are with the Perry community. This strikes at the heart of everything that we hold dear. This senseless tragedy has shaken our entire state to the core, and I want this community to know that every Iowan stands with you. It's impossible to understand why anything like this happens, but again, I want you to know that we'll work tirelessly to get the answers so that we can prevent it from happening again. I want to take a moment this afternoon to recognize the immediate and courageous response of local law enforcement today and the incredible coordination between local police, first responders, the Dallas County Sheriff's Office, the Iowa State Patrol, DCI, ATF, and the FBI, and multiple healthcare providers. I had the opportunity a few moments ago to speak with some of the officers involved, and in a situation like this, as we all know, every minute counts. In their heroic actions today, we can say saved lives. The response was tremendous, and we're extremely grateful. The full resources of the state government will be available to assist in the response and, of course, the community's recovery from this tragic event. The mental health region has social workers that are embedded in the school district and will provide counseling services for the students, the families, and the staff. As you all know, this is an ongoing investigation, so law enforcement will brief you only on what they can at this time, and they will provide additional information as it becomes available. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to the Chief.
Thank you. I'm Chief Eric Vaughn from the Perry Police Department. I want to thank the quick actions of the Dallas County dispatchers who handled and dispatched the calls regarding this tragic event this morning. I also want to recognize the initial officers from the Perry and Dallas County Sheriff's Office and their actions on scene. Thank you to the massive response from agencies throughout the area, including EMS, for their assistance today. It is truly amazing to see first responders work together in these crisis situations. And I cannot forget to recognize the teachers, faculty, and students involved who acted bravely and heroically in this tragic situation. Thank you to the community support we have seen and we will continue to need in the future. All of our condolences to the victims and their families. They need your thoughts and prayers, as well as time and space to process and to grieve. This community has been through tough times before and have rallied together. I'm sure this time will be no different. Thank you. I introduce Mitch Mortvet.
Thank you, Chief. My name's Mitch Mortvet. I'm an assistant director with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation. At 7:37 a.m., excuse me, on January 4th, 2024, the Perry Police Department responded to an active shooter event at Perry High School. Meanwhile, Dallas County Communications was also receiving multiple 911 calls of an active shooter at the high school. Perry police officers responded within minutes. They immediately made entry and witnessed students and faculty either sheltering in place or running from the school. Once inside, they located multiple individuals with gunshot wounds. Officers immediately attempted to locate the source of the threat and quickly found what appeared to be the shooter with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. As additional officers responded, a systematic search of the school took place. Officers located during the search of the school an improvised explosive device. The State Fire Marshal and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms rendered the device safe. Numerous officers from multiple agencies were able to secure the school and verify no additional threats. At the same time, first responders were rendering aid to the victims, who were later transported to area hospitals. The shooter has been identified as 17-year-old Dylan Butler, a student at Perry High School. Butler was armed with a pump-action shotgun and a small caliber handgun. Butler also made a number of social media posts in and around the time of the shooting. Law enforcement is working to secure those pieces of evidence. All evidence thus far suggests that Butler acted alone. There are 6 victims, one of them who is deceased. That individual was a 6th grade student at Perry Middle School. The other 5 are being treated at area hospitals. 4 of the surviving surviving victims are students, and the 5th is a school administrator. The law enforcement response was swift and immediate. Roughly 150 officers from local, state, and federal agencies responded within the hour. The investigation in today's tragedy is ongoing. The Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation is serving as the lead investigative agency with assistance from the Perry Police Department, the Dallas County Sheriff's Office, the FBI, the ATF, and the Dallas County Attorney's Office. At this time, we will take a few questions.
Mitch, Philip Jones from the Register. I was told by the father of a student who was shot that his son witnessed Principal Dan Marburger be shot. Is he the administrator, and what is his condition?
The investigation's ongoing, and we're not releasing any other names other than Dylan Butler's name at this time.
Can you give us any indication as to motive for this? I know this is ongoing. But...
Anything into the background of him is part of the investigation, and we're obviously going to take a deep dive into that, but there's nothing that we can release at this time.
And can you give us the status of the other 5 who were in the hospital? Are they stable? Are they critical?
At this time, it's my understanding as of about an hour ago, 1 was in critical condition, but appeared not to be life-threatening, and the other 4 are stable.
Is any racial motivation in this shooting, and are there any Latino victims?
As far as the ethnicity of the victims, I'm not sure, and there's nothing to indicate at this time that it had anything to do with race. As far as motive, again, that's part of the background investigation, and that's something that we're continuing to look into.
Sir, excuse me, there's a video online. Is there any credibility to this video, naming this man as the shooter?
I haven't seen the video, and that I don't know at this time, but law enforcement is working to secure those pieces of evidence, as I mentioned in the statement, so there's nothing more that we can comment on about that.
This is the first time that we've heard someone from the middle school being involved in the shooting. Do you have an idea as to the path this suspect took?
It all happened in the Perry High School, and it was before school started, so there were not many students, and it's our understanding that there was a breakfast program going on, so there may have been students of different grades, if you will, in the school at that time. But it all was contained in the Perry High School, not in any of the other buildings.
How many shots were fired with weapons?
that's still part of the investigation. We're trying to determine that.
How sophisticated was the IED?
The explosive device?
I'm sorry, one of you?
The explosive device?
Yes.
What else can you tell us?
Not much about it, other than it was pretty rudimentary and it was rendered safe by, like I said, the state fire marshal and the ATF.
Can I ask a question of the governor?
Sure.
Given that the investigation is ongoing and this is a local and state matter, you know, however, the eyes of the world are on Iowa over the next 11 days. How should the candidates running for president talk about what happened?
Well, I'll let them.
The issue of schools,
Yeah.
violence generally.
I'll let them decide how they're going to talk about it. We're going to focus on the investigation, and we're going to focus on making sure that we provide the resources that the community, the teachers, the staff, those that are involved, the families, that we're providing the resources that they need during this difficult time. So that's what I'm going to be focused on, state of Iowa is going to be focused on, and I'll let the candidates decide what they're going to focus on.
You worry they might
Thank you.
politicize it?
We're going to take no more questions at this time.
What does the
Thank
school,
you.
for school safety for other schools in the area that we're looking at this year, what does school safety look like going forward here in Iowa?
I mean, as it was commented on by the chief, that, and by the governor as well, that you know, everybody reacted the way they should, and it's obvious that training, first of all, at the school level, you know, with faculty and students, everybody reacted absolutely appropriately the way they should, as well as law enforcement as they are entering the building.
Is the suspect had himself inflicted a gunshot wound? Is the suspect dead?
Thank you.
Is the suspect dead?
How the school safety bureau responds?
Is the suspect deceased? I believe
All right, well, there you have it, right? Standard brief, standard protocol after a mass shooting. The leaders of the area come out there, they address the media, they address the community, they try to answer all the questions, right? And it sounds normal, right? But it's not normal. It's not normal because they didn't address the main issue. They never addressed the cause, right? And you can address the issue and the cause without compromising your investigation. you can address those things without exposing what you're doing to try to get to the root of the problem that caused that event for that day, right? It won't mess up their investigation to say that this guy got a hold of a weapon, and in this country we have an epidemic of shootings, and those shootings need to be addressed by addressing the access to the weapons. That will not screw up their investigations. You see? So they kind of maneuvered around the whole idea of addressing guns, right? And then you heard them when they started out. They gave credit to the dispatchers. They gave credit to the first responders. They gave credit to whoever was driving their car doing their fucking job today. They gave credit to all of them people. And then still did not address the main issue. Why is it so important to tell us we got good police when those good police that you got stationed in the damn school didn't stop this damn shooter? We don't want to hear how great your damn dispatchers are. We don't want to hear how great your first responders' job is to do exactly what the hell they did today in a case of emergency. Good job. He's still going to collect the paycheck. You need to be instead of wasting that time talking about that, you need to be addressing the issue and letting America know that this is a problem that could affect your area. No, but they had to stand up there in front of that microphone for a good damn 10 damn minutes, and I wanted y'all to hear the whole goddamn thing and not address the goddamn issue. The first thing that governor said is that it's impossible to understand what caused this today. I think that was the first words out of her mouth. No, governor, it is not impossible for us to understand what went on today whenever we have thousands that got killed last year from the same type of incidents. That's not impossible to understand. You don't need that damn job if that's impossible to understand that mass killings is a fucking epidemic in America. That's not impossible to understand.
Cover up.
This is the
Just like that.
only country on the face of the earth that this happens in.
Yeah.
The only one.
You're correct.
But yeah, I mean, yes.
Yeah.
Well, starting off the new year. Go ahead, East Coast.
You're on it, Tyrone. Because when you were talking, I was thinking about in Texas. Remember that in Texas when the door was left open?
Yep.
And to come to find out, they gave that same speech. Everybody did good, and
Yep.
when they investigated, that it all fell apart. It all fell apart.
That's a perfect example because they gave everybody credit. When they did good, they responded, and then whenever they investigated, and we seen the videos and the hall monitor video, it was a damn lie. So basically, what I'm saying about these press conferences after mass shootings is a waste of time unless you addressing the issue. You've got to address the fact that weapons is a problem in this country. You've got to.
But you notice in this campaign election year, you haven't heard a word or whatever you want to call it about gun safety. Have you?
No.
Through this campaign?
No, none of the candidates are addressing it.
And then on top of that, Tyrone, I always hear about accountability. And did you hear anything about the parents? Are the parents going to be investigated?
Well,
did see those guns secured? Should we now, in those instances where we find that the parent didn't have the gun locked up and the kid went out, and we've had that before, and they shoot them up, and sometimes they shoot the parent too.
Well, now that you mention that, that black kid, that black 6-year-old that shot his teacher, I was just looking at that. His mother has went to jail. She got sentenced. Yeah, she got sentenced and held accountable because her black kid went to school and shot the teacher, and rightfully so. I'm not even going to say that she shouldn't. Something should have happened in that instance because a 6-year-old should not be getting a hold of a weapon, more or less taking it to school and shooting their teacher. So yeah, some type of repercussions should happen in that situation. But that's not what happens when a Dylan Roof, who's underage and should not have a fucking weapon and cross state line. You don't hear nobody getting held accountable in that situation, right?
No.
I mean, it's ridiculous. What's up, Miss Elisa?
Yeah.
Welcome to the show.
Hey, Tyrone, hey, Elisa, can you fix the conference call, or it'll be later? The conference
what you mean fix it?
It wasn't where you couldn't call in. See,
I don't know why it does that, but sometimes people have a hard time calling in. But there's nothing I can do about it. The only thing I can do is open it.
Right. Yeah, I didn't hear any sound coming from it. That's.
So you hearing background noise?
No sound. It was just silence
on the conference.
So on the conference. And
can you hear me, Lisa?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh well, see, East Coast, I wasn't dialed in, so I dialed in now.
Oh,
I was only connected through the streamer on YouTube, and I was talking for a freaking hour, and then I dialed in. So that's what was going on.
All right. Well, welcome aboard, Alicia. I'm back in.
How you doing?
That's fine.
What you got tonight, sis?
Not much. Tyrone, you had mentioned, the kindergarten or whatever grade he was in, the one that shot his teacher. Okay, yeah, you were correct. His mother is, I forget how long. I think I forgot how long they've given her. It's just a couple of years or 6 months to a year, something like that. I don't remember what it was. And the Michigan school shooting, his parents is going on trial. I think last time I read about that, they're white. They're going on trial because I remember they had tried to evade the law. They had gave him the gun for his birthday. So they're going to do some serious time, his parents. But I haven't followed any of the other school shootings to see, teenagers, whose parents have been held, partly accountable for what happened. I know the little kindergarten, And something I still don't understand how that happened, but nonetheless, they're punishing her. And then the Michigan shooting, I didn't even follow this one today when I heard about this one today because it's just like
Yeah, it just happened this
the
morning.
school. Yeah, and it's well, that's the thing. America loves a school. Well, let me don't say that because they liable to think I'm being serious. But yeah, we don't have, like you were saying, we don't have these wars and things that that other people have, that other countries have bombings. I mean, other than a terrorist attack every now and then, we don't have to live under that war. But we definitely live under school shootings, uh, mass shootings in the malls, in the grocery stores, at church, at the playground. So we're living under that too, because there's mass shootings every day. We just don't hear a lot. We don't hear about all of them. So yeah, so we're kind of sort of living the same type of life here in America with these mass shootings. And then you all said that they have been talking about it on the campaign trail. Well, you have to remember the Republicans, the Republican Party, they're the only ones having a primary. So the candidates are not going to speak on gun control, and not a Republican candidate. They're not going to speak to anything like that. Now, maybe if the Democrats were having a primary, some of them would. It wouldn't amount to nothing, but they would still speak on it, even though nothing's going to be done. So,
Well, yeah, but we don't have to wait for political events for the politicians to address this subject. John
then
Pierre could come out to the podium tomorrow and tell us what President Biden plan is with all these guns and all these killings in this country. Or your senator or whoever is in a blue area could actually go to their news station and do an interview and address it. We don't have to wait for them
they
to
could.
but they don't. They're not going to do it.
They're not going to do that, and especially not because you all were talking about the election, especially not a Republican primary. They're not going to discuss that. And if the Democrats, whether they come out on air, whether they're running for anything, whether they just decide we're going to take a stance, they're not going to do anything. And I don't see anything wrong with uh, some type of gun control, for goodness sakes. I don't see why the country is against that. People have to pass tests. I mean, not pass tests. They have to be able, to dot all the I's, cross all the T's. And if you have like a record, or you have a record of violence and different things like that, then you can't have no gun. And you have to get all these licenses, everything. I don't see what's wrong with that. And getting rid of what you call war weapons. People on the street don't need to have those. I don't, and I don't understand why we can't do that. It's just crazy. Everybody should be able to have 50 million guns up in their house. It's just ridiculous. Our country looks stupid, but it is what it is. I had heard, was it last week, week before last, they had a shooting in Prague. Now that took me by surprise. They had some type of a mass shooting in Prague. They don't have those kinds of things. Not like that,
Yeah, in
Like
Czechoslovakia.
that's
Well, I guess that's the former Czechoslovakia, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And they
Mhm.
don't have that type of stuff. We do. And I remember I was with some friends of mine, we was always talking about it, and they was like, I wonder if it was some Americans that was over there visiting that did that, and that was so awful for us to say. But usually, when you hear about, I remember over in Britain they had a bad shooting where this guy had did a bad drive and he shot up some of the police and he was shooting people, and come to find out he was an American over there on an expired visa. That makes sense to me, you know. But they're not gonna do anything. They're not gonna do anything. I stopped. I stopped even trying to think about it. They're not gonna do anything. These people over here are not gonna give up their guns, and they will kill you to keep it. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah, and I mean it's kind of makes me upset because after these briefings right here, and they're talking to the public, and there is no public response. There's no public backlash. Everybody is shaking their head in agreement. Everybody is saying the first responders did good, the police did good. It's almost
Yeah.
like we are programmed to go along with the way they address these mass shootings, and they're addressing them
Yeah.
completely wrong. They're not even addressing the mass shooting. Like I said, they're helping the shooter, because just suppose that obviously this guy had a mental illness. They didn't address that guy's mental illness specifically, right? And how he should not have had a gun. They allowed that mentally ill person that's sitting up there watching them to say, okay, well, shoot, I know he was crazy. I'm crazy too. I can go out and get me a gun and start shooting people. You know, they're not even addressing anything. There's so many things that they didn't address, Elisa.
They're not.
That's a,
I was listening.
mm-hmm.
I was listening to it. They're not gonna address it. They have a script. They put up when mass shootings. They have one for the school. They have a script for the mall and shopping center. They have a script for business. They pull out the script, and then they mention the usual suspects who show up. It's the FBI, ATF, local and state law enforcement. Then the 911 rescue, all of they speak on the usual suspects who show up, and they talk about what they do now, what they know now, and the investigation, and what they're going to do after the investigation, and what this. And then we sit back and we go, geez, goodness, oh my God. And we sit at home and we listen to it, thinking our lucky stars that wasn't the school our kids went to, or thinking our lucky stars I wasn't at the mall today when
Right,
this
right.
happened. And then they do the report. They go by the script, and then we don't hear any more about it. And then the next one come up, and they go, where was this one at? Oh, at the shopping center. They pull out the script for the shopping center. They go, and it's the same thing. The usual suspects who show up, and then we all, oh my God, that's so awful. They need to do something. Thank God that didn't happen here. And it's just on wash, rinse, and repeat. It's just that we have all, and I've gotten like that. When I said, oh, there was a school shooting, and I said, yeah, I'll find out what that's about later. You know, it's just like, I wouldn't say we're numb. It's just like, oh, it's a new beer out, or oh,
Yeah.
y'all see the new Nike commercial. You know, it's just like
Yeah,
it's just
and
like
everybody should be
any other
outraged.
Tuesday.
Everybody should be
Yeah,
outraged every time there's a mass shooting, specifically one that kills children. Everybody
yeah.
should be outraged. And Jermaine just put in the chat, and I found it on the Associated Press, is that they say the this guy Butler, Dylan Butler, was bullied, and he was a quiet person. He was bullied for years. So what does that mean? That means that in this press conference, instead of addressing the mental state of the shooter, because that's, that ain't gonna screw your evidence up, that ain't gonna screw your damn investigation up. At least the public would know that this guy was bullied, and the public would know, if you bullying people in this damn school, you might push them to do something like this. You might push them to
But
go get a gun, but they won't address, they won't even touch it. They staying away from it.
he was bullied about what? What was he, LGBTQ?
You know how kids is in school. They bully anybody. I bullied people. I apologize if you're
Oh
listening.
no,
I
I
bullied
know
you.
that, but I was just wondering what was the main bullying.
They didn't. They
Because that's
didn't
an
name it.
awful thing. It's an awful thing, bullying.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to it, I wish there was a magic pill that could stop bullying,
Yeah.
but there isn't. You're not going to stop bullying. Bullying starts in the sandbox.
Yeah.
As soon as the children are old enough to talk and push the other one down, bullying, bullying, bullying. I wish we could stop that, but we can't. So parents have to do. They can make it a little better if somebody, like if the school finds out about bullying, they could do a little more, a little better. But you're not going to stop that. You're not going to stop bullying. You're just not. And the parents have to work with their children when it comes to. And people say, well, that's easy for you to say. I wasn't bullied in school. But I have been around and saw other people get bullied, and we have laughed when you're young and dumb, and that is just something that you're just not gonna stop bullying. You can make it. You can help it out if somebody is being bullied relentless. Certain things can be done. But as
Yeah,
far as
and
stopping bullying, you're not gonna stop that.
in
That starts at the, like I said, the sandbox.
in school, the way bullying works in part is that it might be just one student, and Dylan might have been this student that might have been a target of bullying. So once somebody see that Dylan was getting bullied, everybody would bully Dylan because they know they can get away with it.
Yeah, everybody they
You know,
pile on. The pile on
yeah.
starts. You know,
And I'm pretty
like
sure the
I wasn't
teachers seen
bullied.
that action out there at their school. And what their responsibility should be if they did see that action was to either announce it over the loudspeaker or get the group of kids that is bullying that one kid and make some type of example out of them, send them to detention, whatever the punishment is for kids. They should have stopped it right then and there. Every time they seen Dylan getting bullied, somebody should have stepped in, you know. And I'm not
Should have
making
did
an excuse
something.
for that guy.
No, you're not. But you know what? Bullying is something you're just not going to be able to stamp that out completely.
You're
You're
not.
not.
Yeah.
You're not. What is the answer? I don't know. I know my goddaughter was bullied. We found out was being bullied. And check this out. She go to a she's in the middle school, but when she was in the elementary school, she goes to a Christian academy. And when she was in the second, third, fourth grade, she was being bullied relentless. And when we had found out, and her mother's brother, we was and they had, and we was trying to help her with to help her out because her mother's goofy, she's goofy, and her father's goofy. That's why they were being. We were trying to help her. I was doing things to send her to get her hair in braids and just trying to think. It's not that we were putting all of it on the victim, but sometimes you can maybe do stuff to help them to deter the bullying. And the teacher, and then I remember her mother's brother. What he was saying that she was talking about the awards that she got in school, and the teacher every month, however often they do give the awards, he was giving her the citizenship awards. And I remember asking, well, what's that? What's citizenship award? That's for the students, most students and things like that.
Right.
And they're the ones that the teachers would leave in charge. And we was like, oh my God, don't let her do that anymore. Because the children is looking at her like she's snitching when the teacher, and that's what was happening. And she was being bullied relentless. No more citizenship, no more classroom monitor. Just trying to think of everything to try to help. And I was her mother's goofy, so I was taking her to getting her hair done a certain way, and just spending lots of time with her to help her stop not, with this Frankenstein is the type look.
Yeah.
Perk up, fix your face, different little things. And you know what, Tyrone? It helped. By the time she got to the middle school, it helped. And the only thing I was trying to do was to help get the attention off of her for the bullying. No more citizenship awards, no more class monitors, because children hate the ones that tell the teacher, and you're going to be bullied to holy hell. And it took a lot, and she's not going through that anymore. Certain things you have to work with your children. And one
Right.
of my best girlfriends, her son is sort of on the borderline. He's on the has an autism. He's on the spectrum, and certain things when he was in fourth, fifth grade, he loved the My Little Pony, and he was telling his mom that he wanted My Little Pony tennis shoes and book bag, and we was like, no, 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 don't get that, because the kids are going to tease him. They're going to be relentless. And we're not saying that he can't have those things, but sometimes and so she bought him those things at home and told him that he couldn't take it to school, and tried to get him to understand. Because bullying, you can calm it down, but you're not going to stop it.
No,
And
it's not going to go away.
It's never going to go away. And I'm a firm believer in working. If your children that are around, if your child is a target for it, to work with them, to do everything. Yeah, you work with the school, but then you also work with the child to help them out. And then we found out that my niece, my youngest niece, is with this Miss Sweetness, she was in a crew bullying somebody. It was like, what? What are you doing? And my brother put down the law on her that you will leave that clique alone. I'm gonna come up there and embarrass you up there bullying, and he kind of got her under control for her to stop bullying. Not really bullying, but teasing. And then they got the letters that were bullying. Relentless.
Yeah.
Another little girl. Her and my niece was in the clique doing that, and I was so hurt and so upset with her. But it took the family at home. This here is what's going to happen to you if you don't say, well, kids, you don't tell your child if they're bullying that the other children, some parents will be like, well, they need to man up. They need to stiffen up. No, you set your child straight, and you tell them what you're going to do to them to stop them from doing that. And from what my brother and his wife said, that she pulled back from because they was working with the teacher stuff, and the teacher said from the looks of it, looked like she had stopped with the clique. They probably was bullying, but she pulled back because she knew what was going to happen to her, and all of her stuff was going to get took if she continued to do that. But I don't know if this boy killing people at the school because of bullying. Well, I mean, bullying you.
Well, yeah, it ain't no excuse, and I don't know what was going on at home to where he wasn't sharing how he was feeling with his parents, and I don't know what was going on at home to where he was able to go out and purchase weapons, and prepare to carry this out, because this, like I said, he won the conversation because he got to do what he wanted to do at the end of the day, even if that includes putting a bullet in his own head. He did what he's supposed to do, and none of these public officials. Huh? Yeah, he killed himself. Yeah, he killed himself.
Oh, because I didn't follow it. I didn't go back to follow it. But go ahead.
Yeah, but none of these public officials actually address it from that angle about how that person who pulled this off, they actually got to do to the letter what they wanted to do. And that's a problem.
So there is no praising the cops.
Yeah.
So all these cops that were praising themselves, listen, the only way you praise the cops, and yeah, they do their job. That's what you're supposed to do. But when there's no casualties, then you can roll out the red carpet and throw, what is it? The shit they throw during New Year's, and do a whole parade and all that. But when people get killed, and people casualties, right? Just like they don't want to talk about the investigation in detail, they should not be awarding or giving. Yes, obviously the cops are appreciated doing the job they're supposed to do, but they start praising them like giving them awards and shit. Like, man, there's people that's dead.
Right.
You failed. Our country failed us. Our own country. So it goes from the police department all the way up to the highest. This country is failing because those innocent people are dead. Somebody failed. And now from the beginning, from the gun, the laws, all the way to the police. Not to say that it was their individual fault, but let's say that the system has failed on all. Cops is always getting to the scene most of the time when the casualty happens.
Yeah,
so
and
at the end of the day,
they're letting the what, how they said, they let the insane people run the asylum because these political people are actually making decisions based off of what their constituents want. I know that's kind of the way it's supposed to be, but if you're a leader, you need to take charge. You don't need to let the people that you're leading tell you how to make the right decisions. You're supposed to be in a position to make the right decisions for your constituents, and they see your movements and actually appreciate that. But it's kind of backwards now, because now instead of addressing the guns, because the public don't want to hear it and their constituents don't want to hear it, they just ignoring it and going with what their constituents want. And the constituents are just as stupid because they're allowing this stuff to go on in our communities, and our children getting killed, and they're America is allowing it. It's just sad. And look, it's the same thing that is going on with this whole Jeffrey Epstein list that got released, right? Instead of actually calling out the prince that was of England, instead of calling out these superstars, that magician, Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, instead of calling out those people for going to an island that is known to have sex with underage girls, instead of all of that being in the headlines every day, all day, we're talking about how Donald Trump could possibly be innocent of the fucking charges that we all seen him commit. That is fucking ridiculous. I told y'all when Donald Trump was running for office, he was accused of abusing, allegedly, a 13-year-old. Somehow or another in this deposition, I heard somebody reading about a 14-year-old being with Donald Trump and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not far from what happened whenever I'm making this alleged accusation about Donald Trump. And you can hear Donald Trump in old audios talking about how he lacked young girls, about how Jeffrey Epstein is a good person, and Bill Clinton and others. That listen, Stephen Hawkins was on that list for the Epstein Island. Y'all know who Stephen Hawkins is?
Stephen Hawkins, he was but he couldn't get. I mean, unless they was, how were they stimulating him when the man is on the damn wheelchair? He can't even.
Well, now
speak.
Jay, if you got enough money, if you got enough money, you can pay for anything. And clearly,
so they went into his inner mind.
That list was a bust because they did say in the very beginning that everyone that was on the list, they all didn't necessarily go out to the island.
Right, to the island or did the.
A lot of the people could have been associated with people who went out to the island. A lot of them were different people who were associated with the different lawyers and the this and that. So everyone on the list didn't go out to the island.
No, I wasn't. I don't think it was a bust, Elisa. Just to show that you.
They went on that free plane ride, though. Why did you give them a free?
No,
plane
Elisa's
ride?
right, Jay. Elisa's right. Everybody didn't have to go to the island, but it just to show that you was in the area of Epstein, right? That showed you had some association with him, and that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, but not everybody who was on that list had association with him. Some of the people that were on the list had association with other people who had association with maybe Jeffrey Epstein, because some of them were paralegals that worked on cases.
Well, we ain't worried about them then.
Brought up in trial. Yeah.
But, Robert Kennedy.
But they were on the list.
Yeah, we're not worried about them. We're worried about the Donald Trumps who we seen in video, and the Bill Clintons who we seen on the plane list, and the Stephen Hawkins who flew over there on the plane list, But
I think we kind of expected them.
Yeah.
I expected Bill Clinton. I expected him to be up on the list.
Dershowitz.
Expected him.
Dang.
I expected Donald Trump.
He was a good Jewish man.
Prince. Oh my God.
Oh, the magician, right?
That was a surprise. But Prince, the British dude, I can't think of his name. Prince Andrew.
Oh, Michael Jackson went over there.
Yeah, but they said he went over there to perform.
Oh,
And then
okay.
when you
See,
finish reading it,
long
they
as they
said that,
validate it, long as they tell us what they was there for,
yeah,
we can.
he
But
was
if you
over
went over
there
there
to
and it's kind of
perform, and they
shady, then
said,
something was going on.
but the list said that, yeah, he was over there performing or some kind of party or something, but he wasn't seen doing anything illegal. The magician dude, he was over there putting on a show, and they said the same thing with him and a couple of other people, so, but certain names, I just, some people ran with the names on the list, and I think that it needed to read the list to see. No, I'm sorry. I think the list was a bust.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely
because,
right. Just because their name is on that list does not mean that they
yeah,
went to
it
the
didn't.
island or they're guilty of being a victim of trafficking or whatever. Just like now, they got this guy, Michael Jackson, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Bruce Willis pulled up here as being on the list. But like you said, we got to find out what they was doing, and then once we find out what they was
were
doing,
doing,
yeah,
You probably ain't gonna find out.
yeah, but the thing is, that don't necessarily meant that they've been to the island, though, because
Right.
Al Gore and Tipper Gore name came up if you read the briefing, and the only reason their name came up because of one of the court filings and hearings. They were asked, "Did you see them at any of the parties or anything over at the island?" And the people said no. So that's why.
And shame on CNN for putting Bill Gates' name out there pre finding out that he wasn't on that list.
Campbell is another one.
Yeah.
He went to some of the parties because you have to remember he hung around a lot of
rich people,
very high profile people in the entertainment industry. But that don't mean none of them people, those people knew anything or had anything to do with that. So that's why people had to be careful with who they throw out there from that list. Now I'm looking at this dude right here.
Oh, Kevin Spacey.
Who you have
I think he was all in.
He was all in.
That's why he got fired
Literally.
from his show because of that crap.
Yeah.
What show was he on? He was on a good show too. I was into that show. Hold on. What was the name of that show?
Playing the president.
Well, Europe.
Yeah, that show where he was playing the president.
Europe had him. I don't know if he went to Cannes, but they praised him in Europe recently. They washed that out the window because they love their actors in Europe, and Europe is bugged out too. I mean,
House of Cards. That's what it was. House of Cards.
House of Cards. Yeah.
I was all into that show. I was like, jeez.
But now, if they had put out a list of his client list, then you don't.
I think that listen.
This is a list of his clients. What they put out to me was actually a buzz. It was really a buzz. They talked it up as if it was gonna be ooh, and then after the list came out, and when people went into why certain people's name came up, they might have went to a party.
That's fine. That's fine because I mean I'm not going to take away from the what Epstein Island was. It wasn't only about
Kelly and Puffy.
It wasn't only about it wasn't only about the underage sex thing, right? It was for people with a lot of influence and celebrity to go over there and chill out or whatever. They didn't have to be involved in all of that other crazy stuff.
And then also Epstein was a financier as well. So he had a lot of high profile clients. He was a financier to them as well. Just because of that don't mean that these people who they were in business over, he was a financier to, knew anything about nothing that was going on in an island. And that's why I think the media hyped this thing up. They hyped it up.
Yeah, it was time for that.
Yeah, they hyped it up, and the list was a bust. I'm sorry. It really was. Because most of the people who we expected to be on there were, and they were on there for going out, Bill Clinton was like 70-something. They were on there because they was going out to the island. But then these other names, that don't mean that these people did anything. That don't mean
I'm full disclosure here. And I'm just gonna tell y'all the honest goodness truth. I just wanted to see Donald Trump's name appear over and over and over again, associated with illegal stuff, and I'm satisfied with the list because his name was mentioned.
Even if he was on the list, the only one on the list is Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, so long as he was there, I'm good. Look, it's got Bill Richardson.
A
Y'all
lot
remember
of people,
him?
and that little guy in the, yeah, I remember him, and the little guy in the wheelchair, the real smarty pants. All these people,
Right, he was saying them, but what was he doing over there? He was teaching them science.
Listen, Stephen Hawkins.
That don't mean he was over there. That don't mean he was over there. Did it say he was at the island? You got to read what why they're on the list.
They just putting them out there, yeah.
But now, unless Stephen Hawkins was talking about trying to figure out the universe, he had no business over there. You know,
well, he was trying to figure out a Listen, he was trying to find out a new universe. You know, Uranus. He was trying to find out. He was trying to find Uranus.
Oh.
No, but allegedly. But he might have just been invited to a party.
No, it could have been innocent. I mean, listen, that's all speculation, right? We're all speculating, I say, you know?
I'm not speculating.
You know
well, yeah, so it says it right here. It says Epstein offered a reward to Godfrey's friend, acquaintances, and even family members in order to help prove that her allegations of the theoretical whatever that is, physicist and cosmologist Stephen Hawking participated in orgies was false. An unsealed email between him and Maxwell stated where was that? Okay, yeah. The missive from January 2015, Guthrie's strongest allegation. So I don't know. So you don't know about Stephen Hawkins. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. But some of them people has kind of been cleared off after people went through why they was on the list. They was like, they went to a party.
Some people pay cash too, so you ain't gonna find no paper trail.
Now, if this was
well, see, and the strangest thing about this whole story is that man had no reason to off himself. There was no reason for him to off himself. He was waiting for his day in court, and he was trying to find out what was going to happen to him. And
go back.
Yeah. So I'm not saying
go back. There was something they said just recently that Donald Trump appointed a attorney general, and that attorney general, I believe, gave him a deal where he got off during Donald Trump's presidency or right after. When he got caught up, I believe he got caught up before Donald Trump, and then what happened was he caught a charge before the shit where they locked him up, and that was it. But the attorney general that Donald Trump appointed worked out a deal where he was able to get out of prison. If you look at the research, he got caught up before this. And there was they just showed this today. I didn't even know that. And they were saying that the attorney general, that the U.S. attorney general that Donald Trump appointed was in charge of that case or involved with it, and he was able to
that was Dershowitz.
Where he didn't spend no time. No,
that was
no, not Dershowitz. Dershowitz was a lawyer. I'm talking about there was attorney general that Donald Trump appointed when he was president, and he was able to get Epstein to work out a deal. This was before he got caught up on the last thing. Now, they asked Donald Trump in an interview, and he's talking. He said, "Yeah, I heard, that they said that they killed that he killed himself or somebody killed him. I don't know." And then they brought that up, and they saying, "Look at how he would only know a lot of the information and how he was able to get him to the person that was in charge of that was Bill Barr." They interviewed Bill Barr. And he said, "Oh yeah, that shit." They asked him about that case. He said, "Oh yeah, they this happened and it was a mess and all that, but it was a mess under Bill Barr." So what I'm saying, this is just now I'll throw conspiracy theory in there. Could it be that they let it happen because basically there was a lot of names in there? Not that they sent to kill him. they left them open to be killed by other inmates by not having those guards there
hold
at
on.
a certain time.
Listen, and I'm saying this, and I'm not saying this for a fact, but there was no reason for Epstein to offer himself, right? Because look at the woman, whoever that lady was, his girlfriend, right? She know just as much as he do, and she's not trying to go hang herself. He had no reason to offer himself. He had money. His life in prison would have been an easy life. He wouldn't have. I mean, it would have sucked from what he would normal used to, but it would have sucked. But there was no reason for that man to kill himself. Now, what am I saying? There are too many powerful people that was associated with him that were afraid of what he might say if he was cornered legally and released their information. It just was. You got one of the what is this, Prince Andrews here? You got Donald Trump. You got Bill Clinton. You got all of these powerful
Could
people.
imagine how many other people more?
Yeah, I mean they just power. They're the one that they're the movers and shakers on this planet, and if they want to arrange something, I don't see how they can't not get away with it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like they basically just, what was thrown out there is just like, well, you know what? They left it open because it's coincidental and convenient that those police officers, the corrections officers, were not there or they were sleeping. Coincidentally, specifically for him, when that place MDC or whatever, that's the metropolitan facility. That's where they had terrorists. The biggest terrorist, the one that blew up, to try to blow up the Twin Towers the first time in '93. They had him in there. They had what's his name in there too, El Chapo. So they had a lot of big, high-profile criminals, international criminals, in that place, as well as they had John Gotti and a bunch of people. They made sure that they didn't get killed. So, that's, again, a big question mark on
Yeah, it is, and I'm not
situation.
accusing nobody of anything because I don't want nobody, sneaking in my backyard.
No, it's a big question mark, and even the former president, Donald Trump, he threw that in there. He's bugged out, but why did he even say that?
But look, like this picture.
Sometimes he slipped by accident.
Like this picture of Prince Andrews and Virginia Giuffre, you cannot dispute that. That man is standing right there with his arm around this child's waist, and she's claiming that she's a certain age, and he's British royalty. That is irrefutable. It's irrefutable that Bill Clinton is sitting down enjoying himself with Epstein. Why? What does Epstein, what is he famous for? Is he a world politician? Does he own a big old company? What is Epstein famous for? He don't do shit except for his island. Now, how did he get there? Through bullshit. I seen the movie, but when Elisa said that he's a financier or whatever, yeah, he's that now because he made that money doing what he does. But he's famous for that island. So why is Bill Clinton with him? Why is Donald Trump with him? Why is all these big old name people going to this guy? And that's the question. I'm not going to answer it, but there's only one thing.
And let me just say this right here. Regular people. Listen, they don't hang with regular people. Listen, they hang with certain people for reasons.
Let me just say this right here. I did call, and I still call. America was a utopia for white men, right? White men in America used to have their feet rubbed. They used to point and women jump, and they used to tell black people to serve them. They used to get waited on hand and foot. White men had it going on when it came to this country. And in part, most of society has gotten away from that. But they're still holding on to those traditions when you look at the situation like Epstein, when you look at the situation like Donald Trump, when you look at the situation like Bill Clinton getting head in the Oval Office. I can say that. Don't have to say allegedly because it's already been adjudicated. So when you look at white men in this country and what they're able to get away with, they're just trying to maintain that utopian lifestyle, even in this modern century. And you can see those habits being copied when it comes to the celebrity lifestyle. When you're looking at like I don't know, let's say the P. Diddy incident, where he was treating people bad. So it's one of these.
Famous.
Yeah, and they're just trying to maintain that I'm your master and I'm the one, and I deserve this and all this kind of stuff. That's what all this is, and that's why those white men that have made it and are popular and are rich. And look at what's that Harry and what's the black lady name, or Meghan and Harry story, right? When you look at them and they start to expose things about the royal family and how, you know, they think that they're above people and all of this kind of stuff. That's a mentality that is deeply rooted in white people on this damn planet. It's just one of these things, and we are trained not to point it out, not to talk about it, but I hold on to it because it's a part of our history. And when you look at this conduct, you can see that that's the same thing that they did in the 1800s, where they had people waiting on them hand and foot, had these young girls, teenage girls, massaging them. It's the same mentality. So it ain't gone nowhere. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead and finish.
Huh?
Finish your statement.
No, I was done. Go ahead. I was just rambling.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, but I mean, let's be real now. Yes, it's white male patriarchy. We all live under it, and when it's your patriarchy, you set the rules. When it's your patriarchy, you let one another get away and do all kind of things. You hobnob with the rich and the famous and the powerful. White male patriarchy. Now, let's just say it was black male patriarchy. How would it look? What do you think?
Well, it'll look like Young Thug in Georgia.
The same. Yeah.
Well, it'll look like Young Thug in Georgia. It'll look like P. Diddy. It'll look like R. Kelly. It'll look like Bill Cosby. Eventually, that's gonna be exposed, and everybody gonna, you know, point the fingers and hold them accountable.
Yeah.
But these people,
it would be the same
I'm not saying
thing.
that it's not going to happen, because it does happen with the black male patriarchy.
Yeah.
But eventually, if it gets called out, then people gonna exploit it and say, "See there, I told you," blah blah blah. But these people, they try to, they got this protection around them. You know, like Prince Andrew.
It's their patriarchy.
Yeah.
It's their patriarchy.
Well, is it protection? Is it protection at least for a person like P. Diddy? What was it that it came to this point right now that it happened? Because the Me Too movement has been going on for a minute. So they say again with the P. Diddy situation is when he started going against the companies that he was I guess partnered up with, and he was saying that they were robbing him or they were robbing black people, and then this shit comes out. So I don't know. I think that it's like when you in this business or business in general, you have to make sure you got a clean slate, because when you come out, let's say you coming out for something that's justifiable and you got some dirt behind you, they're going to pull that shit out. And it'll throw off everything that you tried to put out. So, and if your dirt is really bad, whatever good you're trying to do or have done goes out the window.
Well, your dirt ain't got to be bad, Jay. Look at that Marvel actor, the one that we just got through talking about. That was
found him guilty.
Jonathan Majors.
Yeah, right. Look at him. I mean, yes, he's a butthole or whatever, and he's an actor, he's a celebrity, but he didn't do anything worse than anybody else would do in a.
Was it because he's a white woman and he's a black man?
I believe that's had a great deal to do with it. That's just my opinion.
You know, and because Marvel, and because the position he's in Marvel, they try to just take him out.
Yeah.
Well, look, I say this. Look,
go ahead.
In general, look, this country in entertainment, you know, whether it's here or and now around the world, but this country, they'll make you and they'll break you. And I say that, that some of this country is contradictory, because it freaks out. Of course, you and I, average person, will be like, oh, disgusting. But you know what? The news, the media, entertainment, people in corporate America, people in political America, they thrive on this shit. And a lot of them are involved in this type of behavior. And that's why it's been happening for so many years, because they turn their face. You talk about, oh, they shouldn't be with no underage women here, but they turn their heads when it's in another country. You know, it's, oh, no, or they pointed to another country. Oh, it's happening in Thailand and India. But what is going on here? They said that the United States is the biggest importer in child pornography, child sexual act, all type of shit that you could think of. That it says, you know what? You would have thought it's everywhere. It's the United States.
It's the United States.
Importer.
And look,
It's
they pulled another wool over our eyes when they label our community as drug addicts and alcoholics, and they say that we on drug, and it's them who's hooked on shit. And I'm gonna show you another example of patriarchy that just happened. I don't know how long ago, but the Harvard professor, president that we was talking about the other week, and she won't guilty of shit. She ended up resigning.
She was the fall. She was the fall person.
And she didn't do nothing. Because this white male patriarchy was scared or threatened by the presence of a black woman being in that position. And they used the Jewish they used the Jewish conflict over there to get into the door and then accuse her of plagiarism, and then they just whacked away at her until she quit.
Well, she's the representative of Harvard, but why don't go after the people that pay her, the Harvard elites?
I'm not gonna put. I can't put this on. What happened to the Harvard professor? I can't put that on white male patriarchy. I can't put that on them. Well, yeah, in a sense you can, but that was APAC, and that was.
Oh, they went in. Yeah, they went in.
That's
they went in. Yes, that's true. That's true too. That's true.
And then they went after them. Why? Because APAC runs this country.
Right.
And them rich donors donate money to Harvard. Who is behind? What is APAC? That's all I'm gonna say. Allegedly.
Right.
That's what took her out. That's what took her out.
I agree on
APAC.
both ends, but I say this: why is it that the APAC or the strong Jewish donors, why they don't go after the Harvard corporation or the actual? Forget about her. What about the structure? Because if she's a representative of Harvard, they're the ones that's giving her the script to say, well, look, you know, when they ask you this, or you represent us, this is the Harvard way of doing things. She's just a representative. Of course, she is a big, piece to it, but she's not the one. Is she running the rules? Is she laying down the rules?
No,
and she's the one that says.
No, it's just her position that she was in. That they was threatened by that. Whoever was
that's the
threatened.
problem I have. They trying to make it seem like she's the one that's. Good. Sorry.
They had 3 professors, 3 women.
Right. No, I seen the white lady from another university.
3 women presidents.
Right.
One of them was gone first.
Right. It's a white woman.
Then they had the white woman. She's gone. Then they had the black woman who Harvard said no, they were going to stand behind her. And then the other professor from the other school is Jewish.
Wow.
So,
well, I mean, I'm still confused because
they did not go after her in the way
the third one, huh?
That's crazy. That's a good point, though.
So only Jewish could criticize Jewish.
No, but they weren't criticizing anyone. The first white woman who was non-Jewish, they got her gone quick. She was the first one to be gone after the hearing. The black woman, after Harvard said, no, we're going to stand in beside her. We're going to stand with her because it was really nothing. And then they got them people going into a lot of her papers, a lot of her works when she was doing her graduate studies and different things like that. And they started this plagiarism scam shit to get her gone. Now, the third one left, who was there when they were having the hearing. You haven't heard a peep of them going in behind her for nothing.
Yeah.
Because she's Jewish.
That's crazy.
Jewish.
Right.
Yep.
This is
I just say
this
that
is
they
all
so hypocritical.
this is all APAC. This is APAC and them rich donors that was given to the schools. They wanted these people gone. Just like everybody, if you are not walking a certain way, you are not saying it a certain way, how they want you to say it, you will be liable anti-Semitic,
Yep.
and you will be, and all of these things. That's what was going on here. They had them all, but they left the third one alone because she's Jewish and the other two are gone. So it's not a black and white thing. Why this black woman is gone, not a black and white thing. Why the other college president is gone, but you have to look at who remains.
But that lady hasn't did
So
thing. That lady hasn't did nothing,
So
and she.
that's why, and they really went in behind her because Harvard said, and the faculty and all of them, they signed a thing saying they were going to stand with her. And they said, okay, y'all are, those donors, APAC, them people, y'all are. And then they went in talking about plagiarism, went digging in her doctoral studies and her different things like that, looking for plagiarism. As this woman said, before these people completely destroy me, I'm gone.
I don't blame her.
What happened?
I don't blame her.
I think though they pick and choose their battles. I mean, with this college shit, because at the end of the day, again, you know, the APAC go at, if they're really serious about this and they feel so hurt and heartbroken and the way, then pull out all the communities out of them. Why keep supporting Harvard, period? So now she leaves, but the structure is there and they feel like they've been offended or whatever. So then why they keep donating? So I think it's contradictions. Another thing is that the biggest anti-Semitic, if you want to say, or you want to see contradiction that he loves Jewish people, that hates them, don't like them, likes them, is Donald Trump. They didn't go in hard and stop. You know, this is the man that's running for president, and they're, of course, you know, universities are a big issue and all that, but why they're not up in a raw with Donald Trump and all these white Caucasian people that are protesting and, you know, acting a fool against their fellow white Jewish brothers and sisters? You know, I don't understand what, you know, like, I think everybody, I guess, you know, they say choose your battles, and I think that's what they're doing. You know, they're saying, all right, well, we can push here. We could put our money's here. Our money's here. We can put pressure here. We could, you know, make noise here, and that's what it is.
I hate that, man. I hate that for that lady because she hasn't did anything wrong, and that's sad that this country.
No, but you know why they will continue to support Harvard. Now that she has stepped down, she's just gone back into a regular. She's just going to be a regular professor.
Yeah, she's not the president.
She's just not the president anymore. And they will continue to support Harvard. Why? Because Harvard produces leaders. A lot of the leaders of this country has gone to those Ivy Leagues. They will continue to produce leaders, and they will continue to give money because Harvard produces leaders. And this is about power.
Right. So they're going to do whatever. So Harvard is going to kick out their own. Harvard will kick their own out because that money is like, listen, we need that money.
And the people who are giving them the money, they want
that power for their kids.
They want that power because Harvard will produce leaders.
Right. It will give that opportunity or stretch it out for them that they already have money, or the kids, or their children or children's children, or whatever fellow Jews that are going to college. They want to make sure that they are guaranteed a position of power when they go to those schools. So that's where that money, it plays a large part. So Harvard is like, yeah, we're gonna make sure we make good with you guys. As long as y'all keep coming with that big money, we're gonna make sure that we give y'all degrees and get y'all good jobs. And it shows you the corruption actually with the colleges. I'm just saying.
It is corruption. And there's a video out. They said if you want to, there's quite a few videos out, different journalists and stuff, and they was explaining AOPAC and what that what that is
Or their
really
power
all
too.
about, and how they got to be, and all before they were lobbyists. And then in the past, I would say, like in the past maybe 5-6 years, they started donating money to almost every person in Congress to get them to do their bidding. Their bidding. Now you're talking about people who actually, that group, if you look up what I'll tell you what it stands for. These are non-American entities running our government, and I'll tell you what it stands for.
A lot of Israelis too, right, from Israel.
The bulk of them, that's all they are.
Yeah. You see where that's going.
Who's that unknown caller line that I opened? I opened somebody's line.
Around.
Hey, what's happening?
Peace, family. Peace, everybody.
What's
Peace,
going on, mama's boy? We ain't doing it but chatting it up.
Yeah, I heard that. What made me want to say something was when y'all was wondering why they want to fuck with Diddy and them now, and I'd be like, well, it's always the same in the entertainment business. When they don't need your money no more, like when they don't need you to get your money no more, then that's when they crucify you.
That's a good point, because I mean, even though he's a butthole or whatever, he's kind of doing his own thing, and he don't really need them no more, and they don't need him no more, so they don't care. They'll throw him out to the wolves.
I mean, look at R. Kelly.
Also, is he reaching
R.
somewhere?
Kelly
Is he reaching something? Is he reaching somewhere? Also, mama's boy. Is he reaching somewhere? Wait, is he reaching a pinnacle? Yeah.
I don't even think I think it's the Cosby effect type of thing. You know, motherfuckers don't forget, and the minute you vulnerable, they gonna get their shit. You know, okay, so like it's like the entertainment's version of swatting a nigga. Take Robert Kelly, right? They know exactly how much shit is in Robert Kelly's life because they paid for the lawyers that defended him over P-Gate, right? So you can guarantee they probably been covering up for him, paying for him this, paying for him that. And he probably done signed half his life away for that shit, right? Because he's already indebted, and now he's singing to put money in their pocket. And so it was already known before they caught him, he was broke. He was like, didn't really have any money. And then it was proven when he went to jail, couldn't even come up with $100K to get out of jail. $100K. And still, look, somebody put up the bail and he still owed $100,000 on child support and couldn't get out of jail. Are you serious? It's Robert Kelly. That's because
jamming him up too.
They had his contract. They had him.
Yeah.
Think about it, bro. Why would they need you if they got rights to all your shit?
All your shit. Yeah, you just like, you good, dad on jail. You good,
nigga,
dad
whatever happened to the nigga, I'm still eating. I can go sell his music to the skating rink tomorrow.
Right.
You know, so maybe P. Diddy had to do something similar. Now he ain't worth as much no
Maybe
more.
he sold the catalog. Maybe he sold the catalog, right?
I'm just saying, maybe in some form or fashion, he's worth more to them dead than alive type of situation. Look, it ain't the first time somebody in the entertainment business ain't been whacked or ain't been brought down by scandal, you know, because all the forces that was protecting them at first ain't no longer protecting them no more.
Right.
And if you need an example, Jeffrey Epstein. He got out of jail in Florida. Yeah. Somebody pulled some strings and he got a slap on the wrist for trafficking
That was the Donald
females.
Trump shit. That's what I was saying, that he appointed an attorney general, and that attorney general I don't know if he's on that list, but that attorney general gave him the slap on the wrist on behalf of. I'm just saying I didn't know that they put that out there. That was reported, and I didn't know prior to that he made a move, got this attorney general, and again they made some connection with the attorney general. I don't know if the guy's been to that man's house, Epstein's house, or not, but they're implying that there was some connection there, and through Donald Trump, he, made certain shit go away. And remember, Bill Barr also. When he got killed, Bill Barr was supposed to make sure that man was safe, and he turned a blind eye. And then he said on an interview, he said, "Oh yeah, all type of crazy shit was gonna happen to him or whatever." Like, oh well, how you know that? So then you should have known that and protected the man. There's a lot of questions, not enough answers, as they say.
Well, like I said, man, it's that white man trying to hold on to their utopia. They can't hold on to it as a farmer. They can't hold on to it as a construction worker no more. So as they get richer and richer and have more and more, they still trying to hold on to that way of life that they had in the 1800s by owning slaves, basically.
Hey, Tyrone, did you do the story on those guys? Those guys
you
in New
there,
York.
Lisa.
I hear echo too, Tyrone. Somebody got their line on.
Oh, that's Elisa. Can you hear us, Elisa?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the guys in what, Mama's boy?
The gentleman with the gas cans that happened on New Year's. What was that? New Year's night or New Year's Eve and New Year's or whatever up there. Where was this
You're gonna
at?
have
In
to
New
update
York?
me because I don't think I heard about it.
Hold on, I don't want to. Don't let me get it all twisted. Hold on, let me do my Google search and then I'll step in. Y'all go ahead.
Go ahead, Elisa.
Oh no, you all had cut out for a minute, and I couldn't hear you guys. Oh, but I found it. Y'all can get back because I want to hear who Mama's boy is talking about. But I was saying AIPAC, American Israel Public Affairs Committee.
Yeah.
Is a lobbying group that advocates for pro-Israel policies to the legislative and executive branch in the United States. One of several pro-Israel lobbying organizations in the United States. Until 2021, AIPAC did not raise funds for political candidates itself. Its members raised money for candidates through Political Action Committee affiliated with AIPAC and the other means. In late 2021, AIPAC formed its own Political Action Committee. Anyway, they got their hooks into all of our politicians, and people keep saying, well, they can't understand why the administration is allowing the country of Israel to do what they do, what this ethnic cleansing genocide thing that they got going on is because they running them. They got them.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt, those people.
They got them.
Yeah, I mean they paying for them. They paying for them.
So when you have the in a sense the mightiest country, you got them in your grips to do whatever you want to do, to be able to get away with whatever you want to get away with. Who's running things?
Right.
Who's running things? That's all I'm gonna say. Because somebody will say that's anti-Semitic, but you have to look at it. When you have the main power will do your bidding and will allow you to do whatever you want to do. The UN is of no more importance. All of I can't think, it'll come to me in a little while. The different treaties and things that were signed after World War II, the Geneva Convention and different things like that. All of these treaties after World War II, what they said that countries would not be able to do anymore, certain things with the war crimes, and all of that is they do whatever they want to do, and all of that stuff. The world has become a lot more unsafe since this here thing started, because you're letting them do whatever they want to do, and they ignoring all the things that was set up in place. And not to say that the United States hasn't did they share and other countries hasn't done their share, but they would try to hide it a little bit. They would try to hide it. They're not hiding it, and they're being allowed to do whatever they want to do. So all of the things that were put in place, Geneva Convention, the UN, none of that is of no importance. Nothing they say, nothing they can do. So when you have the top country, you got them in the palm of your hands for them to do your bidding. That tells you who's running things, not who we thought, and it's not what a lot of people thought. And you can't say this because it would say you're being anti-Semitic by saying things like this. But when you got the America in your grip, they will allow you to do whatever you want to do. Who's running things?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's clear that they are. And I mean, all you got to do is look at TV or look at the movies.
Who's running things?
Yeah.
Who's running things? And I don't want to be anti-Semitic, and I'm not anti-Semitic, but I clearly see who's running things.
Mm-hmm.
When the president of the United States you see like they got him by a chokehold, and he's going along and people are like, it's crazy what we're seeing and what we're witnessing. Stop this. And the major countries in the world won't make them stop. Who's running things? Who's in control? Not who we thought was.
Yeah, because I mean, when you see the United States used to see innocent people getting killed, and they used to stand for democracy all around the world. But whenever you're looking at the what's going on in Israel, and those Palestinians ain't bothering nothing that they're killing over there. They're just killing Palestinians, and the United States ain't taking a stance. They're not taking a stance. They're not saying anything. They're allowing it to happen.
And both Joe Biden going working around Congress and sending more weapons to do the slaughter, and then they openly talking about who's ever left, how they gonna parcel those people out to other nations, and to the Congo, the Democratic, whatever you call them, of the Congo, they're trying to work out something with them to take people. That's ethnic cleansing. We're sitting back watching, and it's like, are we crazy? The United States, y'all just letting them do this, and you're helping them along? Who's running things? Who's running things? Not who we thought. I mean, who some people thought, but not who we thought. Allegedly. That's for Google. But who's running things? And that was a big eye opener to myself. When I used to hear people say that, well, such and such, allegedly running everything, because it's not true. That's anti-Semitic. But when you got America in your grips of your hands, and they let you do whatever you want to do, and when Russia bombed, they were shooting the missiles off over into Ukraine and bombed an apartment building or something, and people got killed, and Biden had the nerve to come out and say, the administration, if you talk about war crimes, I know Putin looking at them like, y'all got to be crazy.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Talking about war crimes. Are you kidding, Biden? Shut your old ass mouth up.
Yeah, because America is allowing Israel to do the exact same thing to the Palestinians,
and worse,
and they ain't saying nothing.
And they're jumping Putin and them. They shot, and this is a war crime. They killed them people in that apartment building, and you can imagine. If you was Russian Putin, I would roll my eyes. Shut up, Joe. Shut up, America. Shut up. And I was wondering
war crime depending on what side you on. War crime depending on what side you on.
And I was wondering how the administration was going to handle that when they said they shot them bombs off in this city up in the Ukraine. How were they going to handle that? What were they going to say? Maybe the administration won't say that. And Biden, with his old decrepit look self, came out and had something to say. And I myself was like, Biden, shut the hell up. How y'all
You see why other countries don't respect us. That's why other countries don't respect us.
gonna accuse them of a, and you sitting up there in Israel just flattening the place and just slaughtering people over they got a right to defend themselves. We just look stupid out here on the world stage. Stupid. And I hope not, but I suspected that Russia-Ukraine war is gonna really get down to a real low here soon. Because if y'all let Israel do whatever they want to do, we gonna do whatever we want to do.
That's
and Russia, shut up.
Yeah.
I wasn't surprised that they shot their missiles off in that residential
Oh, they went
area.
crazy. Yeah. That's right.
I wasn't surprised. They're like, y'all letting them do what they want. Shut up. Just shut up.
We're gonna do what the fuck
I don't
we
know.
want.
Let's do what we want. You letting them, and then other countries. That's what they say. The world is less safe now because of this. Because people go, not that people, this country wasn't doing what they wanted to do anyway, but they would at least try to hide it.
I mean, should we thank Israel? Let's be for real. Should we thank Israel for making the U.S. military a target and the places now that they haven't been getting targeted, now that they're getting targeted? Is it okay, and we thank Israel for now making the United States another target, potentially another 9/11 happening for bringing in? Is the United States, do we thank the United States government for making stupid decisions that it hasn't learned from past mistakes? Here we are. These are professional people that know better than you and I, and they're calculating shit. And me and you that don't know a goddamn thing know the basics and say, listen, where there's an action, there's going to be reaction. If you make a certain move, even though it might be for the good, you got to calculate. Should we do this? Does it make sense? And what we see is that for the which again, my heart goes out to any death, for innocent death. Those people that got snatched up by whoever, the group, the Hamas, whoever the fuck they were that kidnapped those people, killed people innocently, they deserve whatever comes to them. Now, does it mean the whole damn city got to pay for it? Does it mean that their family members got to pay for it? Because that's what I see. I see they say, well, you know what? They killed 100 of ours. We're going to blow this shit up and kill everybody. So you know what? There is no remaining. And anybody that wants to try to do some shit, we're going to try to scare them. But, you know, the miscalculations of trying to traumatize people and make them scared where they're not going to do things, what is the opposite. So by them blowing up that whole strip, which shows the contradictions too, because they supposed to be peaceful people, and they supposed to know all this technology, right? That they were supposed to seek out these people without making a scratch on any innocent people, because that's the way they're supposed to do. If you're trained and professional and everything, according to if you're, you know, the way they claim that they have the best armies and all this other shit, when it comes down to it, they end up killing innocent people, just like our own military too. You know,
well, all they doing is creating. They creating another round of people.
Problems.
Yeah, they're creating another crowd of people. They're creating another crowd of people that's going to be anti-American, and they're probably going to turn into extremists. And the United States got a history of that, because they did create ISIS. We ain't had no business in the Middle East. We didn't have no business in that desert over there. Whenever we first went over there, and that's what created those mad people that turned into ISIS, and I forget the other one name, but that's what created them. And what they're going to do, the Israelis, is going to create a group of people, extremists, and everybody in the world going to call them terrorists, but they ain't going to be nobody but somebody's children who they watch their fucking mom get blown up, or somebody's or somebody's mother or somebody's father who watched their child get blown up, fighting back because that country killed their loved one. That's what's going on right now. They're creating terrorists as they're doing this.
Right, and it goes back to what Elisa was saying before, that they're not making.
Well, I said terrorists. They're creating people that's gonna fight back.
No, but this goes back to what Elisa said real quick. Elisa has said a while back that, you know, you don't see this ending and the peace coming and a two solution state, because they keep poking and they keep poking I don't know what else to say. They keep pushing and poking instead of like every day there's more people dying. They're causing more and more people to be pissed off. Guess what? Other countries are getting involved from the Middle East. Some Arab countries are now shooting at American ships that was not shooting before. So you can't tell me that, again, Israel, I asked the government the question, have you made America safer? Have you made your own territory safer?
Nope.
You have caused more. You're actually like what do they say? Like you're the corporate. You're the corporate. You're the one that's the enemy within yourself because you're causing more problems for your people and for people outside that got nothing to do with the shit. Plus, let's not forget all these people that they killed that had nothing to do with anything. Just because there was a cousin of Ramad or whoever that fucking shot a missile, then you blow up the whole building or blow up the whole block of innocent people, and you don't think that the surviving families are going to feel some type of way? You think they're going to hug and kiss you when you blew up their building, blew up their family? Think about that.
And America,
that's all I think.
And America and these Western military has not evolved in the way they fight conflicts, because in Vietnam and World War I and World War II, whenever you killed enough people, the losing people raise their hand and say you won. That ain't what happens nowadays. You're not going to kill enough people to make them stop. That is not what's going to happen. So they haven't transitioned or evolved in the way they fight wars. They thinking that they can kill a whole bunch of people and everybody. They should have learned that from the desert, because they killed way more people than the United States military or the Western allies people got casualties, and they still coming. Today, they still coming. So you should learn that whenever you kill a lot of people, that don't necessarily mean you won the damn conflict, because those people gonna keep coming. That ain't what they doing nowadays.
Well, Netanyahu and his people and stuff, they funded Hamas from the very beginning.
Yeah.
They were funding them, helping them to build up, because they never wanted a two-state solution. They never wanted a two-state. They never wanted that. And he has spoken in speeches. I could pull some up now. What he was saying, that they ain't gonna have no two-state. We don't want it. They don't want that. They want their land. They want their people gone. They have always been saying that. And they funded Hamas for years, so they would keep with this strife. That's what it was. That's what it was always about in the beginning. And then the rest of the world sitting back, going, well, who's running things? That's really the question that everybody really needs to ask. Who's really running things? Do we really have a democracy in the United States? Do we? Do we? Do we really? And they keep saying Israel is the only country that is a democracy over in the Middle East. That's a damn lie. They are not a democracy, because all of the citizens do not have the same rights. That it's not a democracy. They are apartheid states. So they're not a democracy. And do we really have democracy here in the United States? Because you got people buying politicians. Do we have a democracy? When they take the polls, they say some 75% of Americans want the president to call for a ceasefire. If we really had a democracy, he'd have been did that. But he hasn't. Because do we really have a democracy? And I think this war, all of this that's going on right now, has opened up the eyes to a lot of people. See what it is. We see what it really is. With the next election, if Biden does not call for a ceasefire and change his trajectory on this whole mess of Israel, he is not going to win the election. And it's not going to be because people voted for Trump. It's going to be because people are not going to vote for him. That's what it's going to be. I don't understand the logic in it, because Trump will be far worse as it relates to this. But Biden is not going to win the election. If he got a lot, he has to change his trajectory, and I don't see that happening. I do not see that happening. I don't know what to expect, how things is going to be, but this is a big mess, and it's about to get worse for us here in the United States. First of all, Biden shouldn't have been running for no second term in the first place. And then all of these videos out here Well, I saw one the other day when Biden was speaking. I don't remember when he was speaking, but he had said this not recently, but over the past few years, maybe 5-6 years. He said that his father told him, "You don't have to be Jewish to be a Zionist," and I am a Zionist. You can pull it up. He said it. So who's running things? He's a Zionist. Biden is a Zionist. He stopped short. He claims he's a devout Catholic, but he stopped short of calling his Pope. I will add this. I was baptized. I was Catholic too, but I'm non-practicing. He stopped short of calling his Pope a liar when the Pope said this is ethnic cleansing and genocide. He stopped short of calling his deity, in a sense, his deity, a liar. So who's really running things? He said he's a Zionist. He said his father said you don't have to be Jewish to be a Zionist. So that should answer everybody's question about where Biden and his old ass stands and what we gonna be looking like when this next election come around. We're in trouble here in this country. We're in real trouble. For a little bit, I was scared, then I stopped being scared. Don't want Biden to run. He said he was just going to run for one term, and then all of a sudden he changed his mind. I want a second term. He's too old. Trump is too old too. But Biden is walking around looking like a mummy. He is so old.
Look like a walking mummy, huh?
A mummy, he does. We're in trouble here in this damn country. Ask yourself, I'll say it again, who's running things? Not who we think.
Well, yeah, the Jews. I'm telling you, the Jewish people full of shit. Listen to this right here.
And not all. And for the record, not all.
I'm saying, well, yeah, not all Jewish people are full of shit.
For the
You're
record,
right.
Because people they talk shit, and also for the internet purpose.
Well, you're absolutely correct. I can't cast a wide net when I say what I'm about to say, but for
a large portion,
their narrative and talking points is that there was 6 million Jews killed in the Holocaust. Now that's that's from 1940. What was that? 1941 to 1945. That's what's that? 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. That's 4 years. 10.
Say World War II.
Yeah. So wait a minute. 6 million Jews. Now I asked how many slaves they were, and they 10 million slaves that lived in the United States of America. Wait a minute. That's 200 years compared to 4 years. And you're telling me 6 million Jews were killed compared to 10 million slaves over 200 years. Somebody lying.
No, but listen, it's not convenient for white America, bro.
Google. Yes, you can't. Google gonna snatch this thing down. Yes, it was 6 million of them killed. Yes.
Okay, I'm not saying that there wasn't 6 million killed.
Yes.
I'm saying they could be lying about the 10 million part. But those numbers there does not make sense. 200 years compared to 4 years of the Holocaust.
Yes.
I think America.
It happened.
I'm not saying. What I'm trying to say is the numbers. The 10 million compared to the 6 million. 200 years compared to 4 years. Who is this?
Here we go.
Yourself now.
Who is this?
Now you're up here alleging that out of the less than 1 million slaves that were taken across the transatlantic slave trade, 10 million of them were killed in the United States. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, hold on. Let me say this again. Hold on.
Would you please tell me what I misheard?
Okay, I didn't say 10 million were killed. I said 10 million slaves. I said 10 million slaves.
Okay, so how is that comparable to what happened in the Holocaust?
Okay, listen. If you be quiet, and Miss
Elisa,
Elisa,
I want you to explain it. I'm waiting for your explanation.
Sorry, listen. I'm not gonna do this with you. I don't want to yell, brother. Every night you get on here, I have to yell with you. I don't want to yell with you, man. So let me explain it, and then you can respond. Okay? I'm saying that 200 years, America is saying that it owned or they existed 10 million slaves in this country. That's the number that we're going with. 10 million slaves for 200 years. The Holocaust is saying under 4 years, 6 million Jews were victims of the Holocaust. All I'm saying is 10 million and 6 million is too close of a number for the year span of 4 years versus 200 years. Because 200 years would seem to me, if we're going with the Holocaust number, would be equal to a whole lot more than only 10,000 slaves, 10 million slaves existing in America. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not even trying to take away from the Jewish conversation. I'm just saying it would be more than 10 million slaves if we're going with the time period of over 200 years. So I'll take it from that angle.
So which figure do you believe is specious? The 10 million slaves or the 6 million Jews?
I think there's something wrong with the 10 million slaves number.
So what do you think the actual number is then?
I have no idea.
You don't have an idea, so you just pick one out of the hat.
Okay, so I'll do it like this. Hold on, I'll do it like this. Hold on, listen. If we can have 6 million victims over the span of 4 years for the Holocaust, if you take those 6 million victims and you say what is 200, you take if you give us 6 million slaves for every 4 years of 200 years, then that'll be an equal number. You do the math. Okay.
Look, man, you're the one making the convention. I know what the math is already. I'm reasonably certain because I've studied enough of history, so I can make a reasonable estimate or relation as to what it was.
Okay, so let Elisa speak. Let Elisa speak, and then you speak. Let Elisa speak, and then you speak.
Jesus Christ, man! I just got started, and you're stopping me.
I got you, but I just want to hear what you have.
All right, whatever. Go ahead, Lisa. Go ahead.
I just want to add this. Here, the numbers they don't sound like they're mathing, but just take this. During World War II, 27 million Russians, from the country of Russia, 27 million people from Russia, whether it was the soldiers and they had the Jews and different other people, a lot of slaughtering of the citizens and things. 27 million of them died during World War II. So the numbers can add up.
Well, for the Holocaust, yes, but for that 10 million over 200 years, that don't add up to me.
Okay.
All right. I get what you're saying.
All right, Tyrone.
Go ahead.
The pre-Civil War population of the entire United States, all of it, white and black, was about 34 million people. The population of slaves in the United States at that time was 4 million. 10 million, what the percentage of, you're saying, if you use the figure of 10 million slaves in the United States just before the Civil War, which was when it was at its peak, if you're going to say that, that means that would mean that over a third of the population was slaves, and that's simply not true. It was 4 million. 4, not 10.
Okay, but
now,
I don't want to.
That's not a number I pulled out of a hat. That's from the United States Census. Remember that 3/5 clause? That's why they put it there, because the anti-slavery people did not want a slave to count as a whole person, because the slave states would then have more representation in Congress, and they didn't think it was fair if we were not going to let them be citizens. Get it? That's why we know what the number was.
Okay, so, but I don't want to get bogged down on this because I kind of took away from the conversation.
I know. Well, I like you move on too. I just want to respond to it. I don't want to get bogged down in it. It was so absurd. I just felt I had to respond to it.
We was actually talking about how let me put this on mute because I know you're gonna scream. We was actually talking about how people like you and others support Donald Trump when he's on the list of being a child molesting, sex trafficking allegedly, and he actually got charged with rape in New York. And not only that, how the Jewish people are just taking over the narrative when it comes to what's going on over there. And I don't think we're getting correct information. And how the United States, that first part wasn't true, how the United States is just blindly backing Israel. That's what we were talking about.
I fail to see the correlation between Donald Trump's allegations, Donald Trump's child abuse, the Holocaust, and what's going on the Gaza Strip in this war right now. I don't see the correlation. If you do, good for you.
I was
But
just
that
telling
means
you what we were
must
talking
be
about.
smarter than me. But let me go on here to what was said. You said moments ago, not too long ago, about the fact is that you can't kill your way to victory in a war. And essentially, that's true. The way you defeat an enemy in a war is to cut him off from his resources. Look, Japan, despite all the people that they killed in the war, they had 2.5 million dead before the atomic bomb was dropped. They weren't ready to stop fighting. They had a plan to make every single person capable of carrying a spear ready to resist the American invasion when the American invasion came. Here's what defeated Japan. Japan got cut off from its resources and its supplies. It couldn't get any more fuel, couldn't get any more rubber, couldn't get any more tin, couldn't get any more steel, couldn't get any more anything. Why? Because the American submarine force had destroyed and sunk all of their merchant fleet. And then the Russians were getting ready to come into the war against them. That's why they realized they were defeated. Same thing for the Germans. They couldn't make any more fuel, getting any more fuel anymore. We bombed their damn fuel production facilities to a halt, and we cut off their sources of supply. Now, when they go into Israel, when they go into Gaza, the IDF, the only way they can get to their enemy, because now we have seen the tunnels, the extensive network of tunnels, the IDF let international observers come into and look at that were put beneath hospitals, churches, and schools in violation of the international rules of war. The only way they can get to their enemy is to go through their enemy through those tunnels of space, because they have deliberately co-located themselves with the civilian population in Gaza to force the Israelis to kill civilians. And they boast about it if you're not paying attention, because I am. So
Okay,
the reason the casualty count among civilians is high is because Hamas is forcing Israel to fight them that way, because they want to use international condemnation of saying the Israelis are only killing civilians. And again, that's not true either.
Okay, so what you said doesn't justify the killing of civilians at all. Okay, can I?
Law.
Okay, can you please?
Citing
No,
international law all
I'm
the time.
not done.
What does international law say when an enemy deliberately insinuates themselves in the civilian population and uses them as human shields?
Okay, so I heard your question, but what you just said doesn't justify the killing of civilians at all. It doesn't justify what is going on in the Gaza Strip and in the whatever bank that is, I forgot, the Eastern Western Bank or whatever. It doesn't justify Israel killing innocent people. And you have no proof that the reason that they're killing civilians is because of some fucking tunnels that you heard about on Fox News. You don't have any proof, but we do know that whenever we see the video of innocent people getting shot down, and whenever we see buildings getting blown up, those are real people that are dying. Those are little children that are blown to pieces that cannot even carry a fucking weapon. So you're justifying genocide and murder for some political talking point. Listen, all the perspective that I'm coming from, and I'm probably sure Jay and Elise is coming from, is the humanity of trying to at least hit your target instead of just like spreading the wide net and just killing innocent people. That's all we're talking about. We ain't talking about politics and the methods of war and all this kind of stuff. And you backing the methods of war. It's just stupid to not. And the United States don't even fight that way no more, Sarge. They went through Afghanistan door by door, kicking on doors, looking for the enemy. They didn't go in there blowing up villages. They didn't go in there
paying people. They had to pay people.
I mean,
too,
that's how a lot of our soldiers got injured with IEDs and all that kind of stuff, because they took the risk to actually go into these towns and look for whoever the enemy was and try to either have a shootout with them or bring them in. That is not the way that modern conflicts are supposed to be fought. So, and for you to justify it as a soldier, you sound sick as shit. You sound like Vladimir Putin on this goddamn line.
All right, are you going to just relate talking points and be non-responsive to what I say all night? Because if you're going to do that shit, then if you're going to keep doing that, then that's fine. because that's not answering anything that I just raised. You didn't answer. You just came up with talking point after talking point. Let me say it one more time. One more time. I'm looking right now at a report from Reuters, not Fox News, you goddamn idiot. Reuters. And Reuters is writing extensively upon the tunnel network in Gaza. And they're not the only ones. There are international observers who are being shown this extensive tunnel network that Hamas fighters use to transit one fighting strong point to the other. I'm looking at it right now.
So let me ask you a question
Now,
about your article.
Wait a minute. If you don't care to be responsible to it, you don't have to be. But you're not going to gaslight me, and you're not going to tell me I don't see what I'm seeing.
Okay,
and
so
I'm
let
not
me ask
seeing
you a
what I'm
question.
saying.
Let me ask you a question about your article, right? You're looking at a piece from Reuters, right? Talking extensively
That's not
about.
the only one. That's
I'm not.
an
I didn't. Can I
example.
finish talking? You're looking at a piece from Reuters. See, this is why I cut you off.
Or you
Sir,
prefer not to believe.
let me finish with my damn question. You're looking at
anybody like you.
You looking at a piece from Reuters talking extensively about the tunnels. I'm not even questioning that.
And the extensive tunnel network.
Okay, that
It's
too.
not one.
Okay, sorry, I'm going to get my goddamn question out. So shut the
Like
fuck
the
up.
New York subway.
Shut up. Let me get it out. I got it. You see a goddamn article. You can read. This is my question to you, you fucking moron. Does what you're seeing with your own fucking eyes justify killing civilians? That's what I'm asking you, you fucking idiot. Jesus.
Okay, listen to me, dummy. Listen, dummy. I'm going to tell you what it justifies. It justifies something that is almost always unjustifiable, war itself. That's why you're supposed to try to avoid it no matter what. That's why when Israel leaves your territory, every Israeli citizen was told to get out of Gaza, and they turned the entire thing over to Hamas's governance. All of it. In 2005, the Israelis left it. Well, so what did Hamas do? Hamas saw that Israel was making inroads and peace treaties with Arab nations in the region. Remember the Solomon Accords? What Donald Trump negotiated? Yes. They were disturbed by this, and they realized they were losing ground. That is why they launched that attack on October 7th.
Okay, so
in response to that, let me finish. God damn it. I'm going to hang up. I'm making a point here. I'm not rambling. All right, again, in response to that attack on October 7th, Israel declared war formally as an act of the Knesset. They're not police officers there. They're not SWAT teams. They're an army going in to engage an enemy. And when you do that, the normal rules never apply. Yeah, they're going to do what they can. One more thing, God damn it. They're going to do what they can to avoid civilian casualties. But in the effort to defeat their enemy, their priority has got to be engaging and destroying their enemy. And that means they're going to kill some civilians. You're not supposed to go to war in the first goddamn place. Why did Hamas do what they did?
All right, so check this out. You did not answer my question.
Answer me that, Mr. Smarty Pants.
Okay, I'm going to speak, and you're going to shut up. You did not answer my question. You spoke all around my question, and the only thing I asked you was your tonals, were your scenarios, was your doctrines. Did any of that stuff that you just listed justify killing innocent people? That's all I'm asking you.
No.
You want my answer, really?
Yeah, that's what I asked you.
Okay, here's my answer. They are doing, it is justified by doing the unjustifiable, waging in war. Waging in war should be never justified.
Man, can I get in here at some point?
Engage in war. God damn it, fuck you. Good night.
Okay, but don't hang up.
Can't shut your fucking mouth for a minute.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Cry, baby.
All right, one more time. Mute that motherfucker, will you?
Go ahead, man.
All right, listen up. One more time, man. One more time. Warfare should not be justified. But if and when it is, and a nation chooses to go to war with a formal declaration of war, the priority is no longer just protecting civilians. If you can, you do. But if it takes going through the civilians to get to your enemy, that's what you have to do, or you risk prolonging it and killing more civilians in the long run.
Okay, so listen, and I'm gonna get you,
So
Mama's
yes,
boy.
it is justified. That's my
Okay,
answer.
okay, I'm gonna get you, Mama's boy, and Sarge, don't cut me off. What Sarge said is anti-American and is anti-American military doctrine. If you're an American soldier and you get caught doing anything that the Israeli soldier is doing, you're gonna get court-martialed. There's never a time that the American soldiers put themselves in to where they're doing what the Israelis is doing, gunning down unarmed innocent civilians. As a matter of fact, this there was a case that Donald Trump pardoned a soldier for doing just that. But the point is that he didn't get pardoned because he was innocent. He got pardoned because he was charged with the crime and found guilty of it. Because you can't get pardoned unless you're guilty of something. And what the Israeli army is doing is not. There's no excuse for it. And for this guy to sit on here and try to make excuses and justify the killing of babies and unarmed civilians, it's sickening, to be honest with you. But go ahead, Mama's boy.
Well, I like your statement, Tyrone, but I did want to make one point. See, if you back it all the way up to the very beginning, the only reason why Israel is at war is because Netanyahu don't want to go to jail.
Yeah.
The only reason why. So all this shit is made up that you're talking about in the first fucking place, which makes it way more egregious than what the fuck you think you're talking about. Second of all, Netanyahu is going to continue to play the soldiers versus the people who want him out, and he don't have much more time left before he get just fucking straight up voted the fuck out, because all of this shit is some bullshit in the first place. He's putting his whole country through all this bullshit because he doesn't want to go to jail. And you got the exact same monkey over here in America. Where do you think Netanyahu got the playbook from? He got the playbook from Donald Trump. And he hemmed, he hard, he squeezed, he tucked, and he got prime minister again. This motherfucker been prime minister for like ever.
Forever.
Right. So he barely got in, and the minute that he started trying to change the law over there to where he could stay in power forever, the people revolted, and that's when this shit jumped off, right in the middle of people protesting his ass. So when you do a little bit of digging and you find out that Netanyahu knew about all this shit a year in advance and actually moved troops from where they was going to attack to the West Bank, right? It kind of looks suspicious when a motherfucker needs a war to stay in power. Just kind of, I'm doing my Columbo. I'm actually watching Columbo. EC, I'm watching Columbo if you listen. Brother,
well,
it's just my Columbo.
You gotta plant the problem.
Just my little Columbo.
Right?
The man don't want to go to prison. He looked like a scared ass bitch that he's doing everything to keep from going to motherfucking jail. And look, he even dragging his country into war so he don't have to face the music. And if you saying anything other than that, allegedly what I said, then you believe in the fucking Kool-Aid that they passing you. Peace, family.
Well, yeah, I mean, all those politics is going on, and Yahoo is full of shit. But I'm just looking at how the United States is standing behind a country that is doing all of this crazy ass mass killing, and ex-soldiers.
Same thing as the Harvard situation.
Yeah.
Same thing as the Harvard situation. Look at it, right? We getting money from them, or they getting money from us. Well, we're selling them weapons, right? They're putting in money, buying lobbyists. Isn't that very familiar to the Harvard way of things? I mean, to me, it looks the same way. It's like, well, you know what? I'm weighing it out, right? It's who's putting more money in my pocket? Is it the Palestinians or is it the Israeli Jews? Well, you know what? The Israeli Jews is bringing us more money. Well, they buy more bombs from us. They're bringing us more technology. Well, it works for us. They're investing in the schools. They're buying out our politicians, even though they're corrupted. You know, oh well, they want us to move a certain way, but we are America and we sell everything. We're willing to sell our soul, right? So, you know what? There is no morality. Israel is the bread bringer, so America's gonna support. Why? You think America's not getting nothing out of this? It's gonna have a lot of more shit on their back. But what I see is that they're selling the missiles. They're selling the missiles, man. They're selling all type of shit, and they saying, well, you know what? And then, like you said earlier, the ACLU or the what is it, that APAC, whatever the group, the Jewish, that if they start threatening and saying, you know what? If you're not supporting our people back in Israel, we're gonna start pulling out our money out of all y'all institutions. You don't think that a lot of these United States motherfuckers are shaking right now? They're like, oh, I want my money to come in. You stop that money from coming into Harvard, a lot of people that are living that lavish life are not going to be living that lavish life the way they usually are, comfortable. No worries because that money's coming in. I say it's a money thing. They're letting him get away with shit because they're bringing in a lot of money, just like we're giving them money, or we're getting money from them. And Israel, what I found out, is a big tourist destination. They spend a lot of money in Israel, and Israel is very expensive. So there's a lot of money flowing in there, and they don't want to stop that shit from going. That's why, find out why they're building all these settlements. And what you think, they're going to be selling those settlements for cheap? They're getting a lot of money. Look at the money that tourism brings into Israel, mostly because things are very expensive there. I'll leave it there.
Okay, Tyrone, as a trained military police operations sergeant, someone who had extensive training in the laws of land warfare, particularly dealing with civilians as part of a military government, I know the Geneva Convention and the rules on land warfare with regard to civilians. What you just said about the way American soldiers are trained in that is not true. You made it up because you don't know, or you forgot whatever training you had. I know what it says, and I know what the Geneva Convention says, and I know what the American Manual on Military Government says about these things in times of war. And civilians are not protected when they are, even though it's not their fault and they are innocent, if they are taken hostage, for instance, by the enemy, and the enemy attempts to use them as a shield, they are not protected from your attempts to either dislodge that enemy or engage them. That's what the Geneva Convention says. The United States is a signatory to the Geneva Convention. That's in Article 3 of the Geneva Convention, and Article 1 forbids the taking of hostages by any combatant in time of war. Now, Hamas has already done that. So what you said wasn't true. It isn't true, no matter how many times you say it. Now, the United States does attempt to minimize civilian casualties, and it should.
No.
It should, but it is not for you to say that if for whatever reason they cannot accomplish the mission without killing some civilians, then you're wrong.
Oh, let
Sarge,
me
hold on.
Wait a minute, hold on, Jay. Let me just share this right here. And as this guy was talking,
because I'll read to you the requisite regulations if you want.
It's crazy.
I'll read them straight to you.
It's crazy.
Okay, listen. I want y'all to just look at your goddamn screen. And it says, civilians in areas of armed conflict and occupied territories are protected by Article 159
That does
of
not
the
negate
fourth.
anything I just said.
Okay, You
I mean, you always do this red herring thing. You're not responding to what I said. What did I specifically?
Okay, listen. I listened to every word you said, and just because I start slicing your ass up with this motherfucking samurai sword, don't mean you get to cut me off now. I'm trying to teach the people. You shut the fuck up and let me teach the goddamn people, and you can say whatever fucking goddamn imaginary thing is in your goddamn head. I'm bringing evidence. It says civilians in areas of armed conflicts and occupied territories are protected by the 159 articles of the Fourth Geneva Convention. Civilians are to be protected from murder, torture, brutality, discrimination, and on the basis of race, nationality, religion, and political opinion. Now, I don't know what damn Geneva Convention he's talking about or what the fuck he's made up or whatever the fuck, but we've all been taught to not fucking target, or if the civilians is in the way. Listen, it's, oh my goodness. Yes, you go to war, and yes, you supposed to fight the enemy. And one of the problems that we was having is that the enemy knew that, so they would dress up as a civilian. They would hide in churches. They would do things to know that the Geneva Convention wouldn't allow you to fucking attack them because of the Geneva Convention. Sarge is full of shit right now, trying to justify those babies getting killed over there. You trying to justify children getting murdered by fucking Israel, you moron. God damn.
Okay, dummy. I'm looking right now. I'm looking right now at the Geneva Convention relative to the protection of civilian persons in time of war. Fuck you, nigga. I don't know what you're looking at. I'm looking at the agreement the United States signed 12th of August, 1949. The diplomatic conference for the establishment of international conventions for protecting the victims of war held in Geneva from 21 April to 12 August, 1949. I got a copy. The United States Army gave it to me. The national guardsman. So shut up. Hey, shut up and let me educate you. Now I'm looking at Article 3. Article 3 of that convention is one of the first, right after Article 1, Article 2, and Article 3. It says, in case of armed conflict not of an international character occurring in the territory of one of the high contracting parties, each party to the conflict shall be bound to apply, as a minimum, the following provisions. 1. Persons taking no active part in the hostilities, including members of armed forces who lay down their arms in those places or they combat by sickness, wounds, danger, or any other cause, shall all cases be treated humanly, without any adverse distinction founded on race, color, religion, or faith, sex, birth, or wealth, or any other simple criteria. Now, there's a lot more. I'm not going to take time to read it. But notice what it says active part. And you know what they mean by active part? Active part doesn't mean that you're involved. You could be totally innocent. You could be taken hostage. And you didn't respond to what I said. I'm going to try to bring it up again, and I'll see if you respond to what I actually say this time. Persons who are co-located with the enemy who is actively engaging you by fire, either direct or indirect, those persons cannot be protected from that provision of the Geneva Convention because they are actively putting you and your personnel at risk, and they have to be neutralized. And that neutralization may involve killing civilians.
Okay, that is not what Article.
Respond to that because that's what I said.
Okay, that is not what Article 3 says, Sarge.
I know what it's. Okay, I got to do everything. I got to take you like a little baby.
Okay,
you
listen.
In the Army?
Hold on. I just heard you. You shut the fuck up. Let me share this with the people. I want y'all to notice how Sarge started reading Article 3. He did. I'm not even going to take that away from that man. He clearly started reading Article 3. But, let me take this off the screen so y'all can see this shit. But, he cut it off. Here it goes. He said, in case of armed conflict, not of intentional character of occurring in territory of high contradicting parties, each parties to the conflict shall be bound to apply as a minimum the following provisions. So if you're in an armed conflict, at a minimum, you should provide these provisions. Persons taking no active part in hostilities, including members of armed forces who have laid down their arms. That means soldiers, not civilians, who said, I quit and throw up their hands, you can't fuck with them. That's what this is saying. I'm talking about babies in Israel. This article is telling you if a soldier laid down his arms and said, I'm not participating in this conflict no more, these are the provisions you must provide to that fucking soldier. You fucking moron. Stop lying to the people. Now, forces who have laid down their arms and those placed or the combat, sickness, wound, detention, or other causes shall in all circumstances be treated humanely without any adverse distinction found on race, color, religion, faith, sex, birth, or wealth, or any similar criteria. In that first motherfucking paragraph in Article 3, the one that you fucking cited, it's telling you we ain't even talking about civilians yet, right? We're talking about the soldiers who are participating. We're talking about Hamas. If the Geneva Convention tells you if Hamas throw down their arms and say, I don't want to fight no more, you have got to treat them humanely. You're not supposed to blow up the fucking building that they're in. To this end, the following acts shall remain prohibited at any time in any place whatsoever with respect to the above mentioned. Violence to the life of the person, in particular murder of all kinds, mutilation, cruel treatment, and torture, taking hostages, outrage upon personal dignity, in particular humiliating or degrading treatment, the passing of sentences and carrying out executions without previous judgment pronounced by a regularly constituted court, affording all judicial guarantees which are recognized as indispensable by civilized people. The wounded and the sick shall be collected and cared for. An impartial humanitarian body, such as the International Committee or of the Red Cross, may offer services to the party of the conflict. The parties to the conflict shall further endeavor to bring into force by means of special agreement all or part of the provisions and present conventions. The application of the preceding provisions shall not affect the legal status of the parties of the conflict. Now listen, I just read to you what Sarge was quoting, which is the third article of the goddamn Geneva Convention, and he twisted it all up to try to make me sound like I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about, and I'm looking dead at it, and it's telling you not only civilians are taken care of up under the Geneva Conventions. If soldiers decide to throw down their arms and say, I don't want to fight no more, we, as the westernized military that followed the Geneva, the Western military that followed the Geneva Convention, we have a duty to actually listen to that soldier and say, come on over here and we're going to take care of it. That's how they made them goddamn detention centers down in Guantanamo Bay. That's how it's so many examples of how when people throw up their hands and say, I quit, that we as a military, we're not supposed to shoot them. But what Israel is doing is blowing up fucking buildings on this perceived notion or made up notion that there's tunnels under the fucking ground that says that they have a right to kill children according to Sarge.
Hospitals.
Yeah, it's stupid. Now, I'll let you respond, but stop lying to the goddamn people now. Shit. Jesus. I'm done.
Okay, one more time, Tyrone. You still refuse to answer the specific scenario that I gave you. And I know why you're doing it. Because you know what the answer is. That's why you keep telling me you can't attack civilians, which I'm not arguing with you about. I know you
did argue with me about that, motherfucker.
Milking their cow or getting water to wash their clothes cannot be attacked by soldiers.
Oh,
that
God.
isn't what I said.
That is what you said all night until now.
I thought you said you were going to let me respond.
Well, you lying now.
Shut up. Why can't you?
Go ahead.
You don't want me to respond? All right, I'm looking right now. Part 2. General protection of populations against certain consequences of war. It extends from Articles 13 through Article 26. And it deals, amongst other things, to deal with hospitals. Now, hospitals are among the most protected institutions
Oh
during time
wow.
of okay, because the reason I'm mentioning hospitals here is because hospitals are the most protected institutions of all. So hospitals
you
can
learning.
treat so they got among the most protections in the Geneva Convention. All right, can we agree to that?
Yeah.
But listen to what it says. Listen to what it says. Article 19. The protection to which civilian hospitals are entitled shall not cease unless they are used to commit outside their humanitarian duties acts harmful to the enemy. Protection may, however, cease only after due warning has been given, naming in all appropriate cases a reasonable time limit, and after such warning has remained unheeded. The fact that sick or wounded members of the armed forces are nursed in these hospitals, or the presence of small arms and ammunition taken from such combatants, which have not yet been handed to the proper service, shall not be considered to be acts harmful to the enemy. So
read that last sentence again. Read that last sentence again.
Okay, again. The fact that sick or wounded members of the armed forces are nursed in these hospitals, or the presence of small arms and ammunition taken from such combatants, which have not yet been handed to the proper service, shall not be considered to be acts harmful to the enemy. Now, that is true, and I'm not arguing that it is.
Okay.
Because it says right there in the Geneva Convention. What I'm telling you is that when Hamas, as they have been proven to do, use such institutions as cover to commit military acts against their enemy, the Israeli Defense Force, that means those institutions lose that protection under Article 19.
Okay, that's not in here.
The same thing.
Okay.
One more thing.
Go ahead.
The same thing with civilians who, through no fault of their own, are being used as shields by the enemy.
Okay,
The
that's not in
same
here
thing.
either.
It's not their fault. They're taken hostage. They're being used as shields.
Okay.
And the enemy is using this respite to direct effective fire upon you.
Okay. So
you
listen.
are not bound to not fire back at them in that circumstance. You still haven't responded to that yet.
All right.
Okay, so listen. What Sarge just said is not true. The fact that he read that last sentence proves that hospitals are still protected, and he's not actually addressing what the situation is, where these Israeli soldiers are just shooting innocent civilians, not in hospitals. They're just blowing up fucking apartment buildings, and he don't even have proof that there's tunnels up under. And even if they were tunnels up under them, what did I say? You got to go back and read it. There's certain steps that you got to take. In other words, the Israeli soldiers are supposed to go identify the goddamn enemy, make sure that the enemy is there, then they supposed to take action. They're not supposed to sit fucking 2 miles away and lob fucking rockets at a fucking building. That is stupid. And this Geneva Convention protects people against that. That's why we were kicking in doors in Afghanistan, because you just can't lob fucking rockets at fucking towns and cities and kill innocent goddamn people because of this goddamn Geneva Convention. And now Sarge is saying that the enemy, the civilian people are not collateral damage because he's reading the goddamn Geneva Convention. When he first called in and I asked him, was it okay to kill fucking civilians because of tunnels? He said yes. He said yes. And now he's saying it's not. Sarge, listen, do not ever try to combat me on anything military, especially if you're supporting goddamn the way the right wing thinks in this goddamn country. I was a real goddamn soldier. I don't know what the fuck you were. I paid attention. Good Lord.
Negro, I did not say it was all right to kill civilians because they have a tunnel. You're a lying
You
bastard,
did.
you
That's the first
motherfucker.
thing you
I
said.
said no such goddamn thing. I said there were tunnels co-located where civilians are, and they were being used by Hamas, the civilians that is, to prevent the Israelis from engaging them. That's what I said.
Okay, so
You're
watch
lying,
this.
motherfucker, because you can't answer my goddamn argument.
Okay, watch this
That's
right
what
here.
you do. You
Watch
make shit up.
Okay, watch this. I'm gonna
All
show
right,
you.
but one
No.
more
Wait, before
time.
you go to that thought, let me wait.
You
Wait
make shit up. You
a
have
minute.
no response
Wait
to
a
it.
minute.
So
Wait a
make
minute.
straw man arguments. What do I actually say?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Listen. Let me say this right here. What I asked you is because you said that you read a news article from a newspaper, and that newspaper had it was explaining in detail about the tunnels. And I said, Sarge, is that a reason to kill civilians? And you said yes. That's what you said, Sarge. So you can't take that back. And you forget who the fuck you talking to. What was the newspaper name? Was it an AP? It was another newspaper. It was one of those popular newspapers that everybody get the news from. But you said because the fucking article was saying there's all kind of extensive fucking tunnels there that it was okay to kill civilians. That's what the fuck you said, Sarge. So don't stop lying.
I said no such thing.
Oh,
Your simple mind said I said such a thing because you're simple-minded and you have to report things simply because you're an idiot.
Do I have to play it back?
Tyrone, tell me something, Tyrone. Do you know what counter battery fire is? What is counter battery fire, Mr. Smarty Army Pants Soldier?
I guess
What is it?
you shooting back after a battery of fucking.
That's right. And how do you locate? In the modern army, how do they locate enemy batteries to target them for counter battery fire?
I guess
How do
after they shoot at them, they shoot back.
Yeah, and how do they? What is one of the main methods they use? They use counter battery radar, among other things, and also they use GPS and they use sound flash ranging techniques. Now, you're going to tell them now when they spot enemy batteries, whether they're mortars, which are very portable, very light, as you know, can be quickly moved, or whether they're medium or heavy artillery, which is especially self-propelled artillery, which is on tracks and get the hell out the way after they fire a few rounds real quick. That means you got to get steel on the target quick. So you identify the target, you target it, you identify the coordinates for counter battery fire, and you light it up. Guess who may be in the vicinity when you do that? Civilians.
Okay.
You're not
So
required to
okay. Listen.
Hey, one more thing. You're not required to do reconnaissance to make sure there are no civilians there.
Okay. So listen, guys. Hold on, Sarge. What we seen on the news, right? When Israeli was shooting those missiles at those buildings at night, and we seen the broadcast of the missiles being shot, there was no battery fire being shot into Israel. Israel was taking fire at fucking the West Bank and the Gaza Strip indiscriminately. They were
Blowing
just
up
shooting.
shit.
Yeah, we seen that. So
Blowing
what Sarge is
buildings
talking
up.
about right now is irrelevant to
Well,
this conversation. Wait, I'm
you're
not
wrong,
done.
but they
I
were.
did not
You're
cut you
wrong.
out.
You're wrong.
Oh God, damn.
You're wrong, Tyrone.
Okay,
They
go ahead.
were. I saw the Israeli military spokesman explain the manner in which they were directing the fire, and he specifically referred to their counter battery techniques. They observed where those rockets were coming from. They had them targeted. They had the coordinates. There were civilians in the area of some of those weapons,
Okay.
and they probably killed some.
I don't know. Let me see if anybody else want to add to the conversation because you're dumb.
Man, that's right. Were you really in the army?
Well, I just wanted to add one thing real quick, since
ahead.
you're talking about the rockets and the firing and everything. If it was so smooth, if it was smooth as Sarge is saying, then why was the discussion on the type of missiles they were shooting? Why did that come up when they weren't using precision missiles? They were using missiles that actually
They just
Okay,
blow
damage
up
I'll
more.
explain
And
that.
then,
Yeah,
no,
I'll be
no,
very happy to
no,
explain
let me
that.
finish.
him
Let
finish,
me
Sarge.
fucking finish. I didn't pull your tongue out your mouth and say start fucking moving your lips.
Well, just know you
Shit.
have an explanation
Let
ready
him
when you're
finish.
finished.
There we
Let him
go.
Well,
finish.
look, I have a lot of things ready for me
Well, when
when
you
I'm
finish,
finished.
there's an
I don't want
explanation
you to
for
be
it.
quiet.
Okay, so
we
let
I
him
don't want
finish,
you to
man.
be
Let him
quiet.
finish.
God damn. So in essence, you already know. Like I
That
said,
it? You got something else? Go ahead.
like I said earlier, Bin Laden, excuse me,
Yahoo.
Netanyahu, the whole time has got you arguing, Sarge, and a whole lot of other people arguing over some shit that he started because his bitch ass don't want to go to jail.
Right, that's what matters.
And when you
That's
look
right.
at how
the
he's
basics.
conducting the war, it's written all over his face.
He's moving all over the place.
Okay?
He's nervous.
All right,
If we shoot
because
this, blow everything up.
a motherfucker trying to get rid of Hamas without causing human casualties would use precision, especially precision guided missiles when you are like 10 times more powerful than your enemy. So what you basically telling us, Sarge, is you okay with conducting war that way? And obviously America even isn't interested in that kind of warfare when you look at Afghanistan and Iraq and how we conducted warfare there. Because trust me, we had more than enough munitions to blow that mountain
Blow
up.
that whole shit up.
You look like you look like a fool killing all those people like that indiscriminately, you know. And America is gonna follow the Geneva Convention. Now Israel may not, when you got a tyrannical motherfucking leader trying to stay out of jail. But you don't want to address that part. Peace, family.
I want to address it. I do. I want to address that part exactly, and a lot of others. So let me start right now by addressing what you said, because unlike Tyrone, I don't pull no red herring bullshit and straw man arguments. I respond directly to what he said. Now, you just said a moment ago that we would use precision missions on every target. First of all, we never do because it's too goddamn expensive. No army does, not even ours. In fact, during the Iraq War, they were worried about running out of precision-guided munitions because, one, they're expensive and they're not available. That's why we have a little doohickey called the Multiple Launch Rocket System. It's a multiple launch rocket system that fires unguided rockets. Yeah, they're fairly precision targeted because they use global positioning systems to help target the coordinates. But once the missiles, the rockets are loose, they are unguided and they do not fall in a precise pattern. What they are designed to do is saturate an area so you can be more or less assured you're going to hit the target you're trying to hit. Precision guided missions are not used in every circumstance for everything. There are not enough of them, and they just cost too goddamn much money.
That's not what I was.
He went all over the
Why aren't they using precision guided munitions?
No,
That's what he
I said something with more precision.
What you said.
Something with more precision.
And
like,
I'm answering what you said.
Well, you know,
goddamn much.
Well, hold on.
Used with great discrimination.
Okay, go ahead and finish. Okay,
they
well,
cost so much.
Okay, hold on. You said that already. You said that. You're repeating yourself now. You're repeating yourself now. First of all,
we invest so heavily in multiple launch rocket systems.
First of all, Sarge, I would like to call.
You want to answer the question again?
I'm trying to answer the damn question, but you running your fucking dick beaters.
Do you know what a multiple launch rocket system is?
Bro, I was in the military.
Well, then we use them, don't we?
Well, I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something else that we use that's more precise. It's called a fucking drone.
Oh, for God's sake. They carry a small payload.
Yeah, and that's all. They don't need no big payload. What the fuck is you talking about? Niggas sitting down eating dinner and die. What the fuck is you talking about?
Wait a minute, so you're saying a drone is sufficient in all cases? First of all, they carry a small payload. They're vulnerable to get knocked out of the sky by enemies who's got heavy machine guns.
Now I'm gonna tell you everything I know about drones. When you already know that's the type of warfare America then step back to, and we no longer need. Can I finish talking in this motherfucker? Do I need you to fucking? Do I need to stick my hand up your ass since you talking at the same time I'm talking? Do I need to stick my hand up your ass because you talking the same time I'm talking?
Okay, listen, hold on, both of you guys. I don't want to hold on. Okay, hold on, Sarge and Mama's boy. I don't want y'all to get this get crazy right now because I got another 30 minutes and y'all start calling each other names and I'm gonna have to cut YouTube off and I ain't trying to do that. So y'all just go to your neutral corners and just calm down for a second. Let me let Elisa go and I'm gonna open you guys like.
I wanted to hear what Mama's boy was saying about the drones. I wanted to hear that.
All right, so y'all just take it easy. Go ahead.
Sarge didn't want it.
I mean, it's pretty. Listen, I know I'm speaking to a smart audience, so I'm just gonna say it. We've already proven on more than one occasion through more than one of these damn presidents how precise we could be with killing a certain motherfucker. We don't even have to kill the cows in the pasture. The whole car blow up. That's it. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. We done did this already. So what Sarge is talking about and the way Israel is waging war over there, they acting like they don't have the same technology when knowing they do. And that's what Biden was getting on fucking Netanyahu's ass about, talking about you could be called for war crimes on the way that you waging war over there in Gaza. And you gonna fuck around and get in trouble. And guess that's exactly what the fuck's happening. And listen, for anybody to come on in here and tell you that we still fight like we do in Vietnam, they selling you some horse crap, because America been pulled back from that type of warfare. I served in the military, and I could tell you, we start decommissioning M1s. Now, this is the baddest tank in the game. You know why they decommission M1s? Because they got the M2 A3s. They're old, they're antiquated. They start knocking them and passing some down to the National Guard, and they get rid of the other ones because America does not fight tank wars no more. Them ground wars, and all them soldiers and infantry soldiers, they slim everything down because now they can sit up in a damn room, and some kid who play really good ass video games can guide a missile right into your living room.
And Mama, but can I ask you a question? Mama, so can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, sis.
I know you heard about the bombing that went on. I think was it in Lebanon? I think that's where they killed one of
where they killed where America killed some dude. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the recent one. Israel
Yeah.
taken and they killed the Hamas general. And they were saying how precise that was, and no other civilians was killed.
Donald Trump
did
and I saw the little footage, and all you saw was a couple of cars flipped over. And, and it looked like nobody was around there.
Donald Trump did that. I think.
No, this just
happened.
This just
happened. And they were able to kill a Hamas general and some of his other men.
You remember when Barack was
precise.
Hey, sis.
Barack was fighting.
Remember when Republicans was going ham on Barack for using them drones to strike.
Yeah.
Right.
And
he was using
that was the sign to the whole world. And who started it? Billy Clinton started all that shit. But that was a sign to the whole world. We don't have to send troops over there to fuck with you no more. Yeah. And that's this whole space. That's this whole space race. I want to say this one more thing. That's what this whole space race is all about. They telling you Mars when they actually telling you that that's where the next war is being waged. Motherfuckers are knocking down satellites, knocking down this, knocking down that. So they got to have some sort of way to protect their shit in space. So they, that's how fucking crazy it's gotten now, because they got rockets that can do some crazy shit now.
Before Sarge go ahead, Sarge, let me just look, guys. Here it is, the CNN article, December the 14th. Go ahead, Elisa.
Now I have one more question for Mama's boy. So this old way, I'm not a military person. So this old way of just carpet bombing everything, that's a thing that should be a thing.
Yeah, that's a thing of the past. That's the old
anyway.
That's the old way. That's the old way of fighting wars. Sending in tank, sending in artillery, setting up a line, and moving the line forward.
Well, Mama's boy, they still uses for that. Now let's.
Well, no, there are, but when you talk about America waging war, we doing that long after we done blew everything up.
Well, the difference here is the difference here. This is not a jungle. This is not a desert. This is an urban area, and you should be more precise.
Carpet bomb that.
Yeah. So look, here it is, a CNN article, December the 14th, 2023. That was last month. Exclusive. Nearly half of Israel's munitions dropped on Gaza are imprecise, dumb bombs U.S. intelligence assessment finds. And then it goes on to say nearly half of the air-to-ground munitions that Israel used in Gaza in its war against Hamas since October the 7th have been unguided, otherwise known as dumb bombs, according to the U.S. intelligence assessment. The assessment compiled by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence and described to CNN by 3 sources who have seen it says that 40 to 45% of the 29,000 air-to-ground munitions Israel has used has been unguided. The rest have been precision-guided munitions, the assessment says. The unguided munitions typically are less precise and can pose a greater threat. This is what I was arguing with Sarge about. A greater threat to the civilians, especially in such densely populated area like Gaza. At the rate at which Israel is using dumb bombs, it may be contributing to a soaring civilian death toll. Now, this is what I was talking to him about, and they have the capability to adhere to the Geneva Convention if they did do what Mama's Boy said and focus on the target, the enemy, and be more precise in their deployment of these weapons, right? But that ain't their goal. Their goal is genocide. And that's what pisses me off about Sarge is that he sees this and he's trying to support the killing of Palestinians, period. That's genocide.
And,
you know?
And Tyrone, can I ask one more question since I have all y'all on here? Because I keep reading articles and I've seen reports that they're dropping these heavy bombs that weigh all of these thousands of pounds. And then they said that when the United States was in Afghanistan bombing, they didn't use those heavy bombs because they caused too much civilian casualty and destruction to property. They were using lighter bombs. So are y'all familiar with that they're using heavier bombs when they shouldn't? And the U.S. didn't even use them heavy bombs in Afghanistan. So y'all assessment of this. Go ahead.
One time America did, sis, and that's how America taught the motherfucking Israel not to do the shit. Because George Bush got pissed and he dropped a Moab over there. Now I always felt like I'm conspiracy. I felt like that was like the biggest drug dealer heist in America because, you know, Bush dropped that fucking bomb over there and it happened to be right in the middle of all they shit, all their money, everything. And soldiers was in and out of that damn crater an awful fucking lot. That's all I'm saying. But when Bush dropped that shit over there, it was the mother of all bombs. It really, really big ass fucking bomb that fucked up a lot of shit after he dropped it. And we had to do a whole lot of apologizing and eventually get the fuck out of there. Because I think he dropped that big ass bomb.
And including the phosphorus bombs that they're using, because a lot of people ain't talking about these bombs that they're throwing that have gas in it that's killing people.
Now they're not supposed to be using phosphorus. That is completely against the Geneva Convention, Sarge. What you think about phosphorus, Sarge?
And there's the thing when they don't blow up the whole building, right? So look, let's be for real. Okay, so there is a guy shooting a rocket from this building, right? It might be in one of the apartments, it might be in the roof, whatever. But the majority of the people, and the Israeli government knows that the majority of the people in those buildings are civilians, right? So they'll say, you know what, we're going to blow this shit up anyway because we want to get that one guy, right? By all means necessary. We're going to blow the whole building up, then we can guarantee that nobody is going to be alive. When they do that, on top of that, they'll throw a phosphorus bomb so the surrounding area, anybody that's around there, they're going to be gassed as well. I don't agree with that, but that's the way they said that it's happening. I'm just saying that's what's happening. Phosphorus bomb.
That sounds crazy, bro. That sounds crazy.
Do your research. Do your research. Get it.
You think they should be using phosphorus, Sarge?
Hello. You.
Go ahead.
Can I respond now?
It's war. It's war.
Go ahead.
Can I respond now? Oh, you got me on mute. What is it?
No, you
Never
good.
know, because I'm the only one that gets muted around here.
Go ahead, motherfucker. Goddamn.
All right, one more. Okay, first of all, let me. I've been waiting to respond point by point to what I've been hearing here. So I'm not going to
Man, when
ignore
it's
what you
time
say.
to talk,
Hold on, mama's boy. You gotta let him finish.
I'm going to respond specifically what I heard because I took notes. Okay. All right. First of all, mama's boy, the M1 tank is a precision weapon. It uses a laser rangefinder. It has muzzle reference sensors for heat, wind drift, a whole bunch of other things that enable it to place its rounds almost precisely on target with a first round hit almost every time. So to answer your question is, M1 tanks are among the most precise weapons in the arsenal for their main gun. And the machine gun is nothing more than a machine gun, whether it's coax or whether it's one mounted on top of the turret. So that's not an issue there. The M1 tank is a precision weapon. Number two, white phosphorus is not forbidden under international law. White phosphorus can be used for signaling as well as for incendiary purposes. It is not forbidden under the Geneva Convention or any international laws of warfare. Okay? So it's not prohibited. If it's used in a manner to specifically target civilians, then yes, it is. But if you use it to signal or you're using it to target enemy personnel, say in a bunker, then it's perfectly legit. Now, when you talk about all this, because you have various forms and various methods and techniques of waging warfare, does not preclude you from using others. Yes, you have white phosphorus. I'd like to remind you again, white precision-guided munitions are enormously expensive. They are used judicially for targets that have to be knocked out. If we went through our almost a whole inventory of the precision-guided munitions early on in the Iraq War and later on in the Afghanistan War. They have to use them carefully. It costs so damn much. I'm surprised Israel is using has lower level of 50% dumb bombs. I would have thought it'd be more like 1 to 3 or 3 to 1. They're expensive. They're hard to replace. So I'm not at all surprised to see they're using dumb munitions. That doesn't mean it's precluded from them using it. Look, and Benjamin Netanyahu did not declare war. He asked the Knesset, the Israeli legislature, to declare war. They agreed with him that they should, and they declared war.
Barely.
Not Benjamin
Barely.
Netanyahu. His
Barely.
legislature agreed with him on the
Barely.
need to declare war
You
on
leaving
Hamas.
that part out of there. You leaving that part out of there. They barely gave him the right to do it for him to go buck wild, and now they talking about taking the shit fucking back.
Well, that's their decision to make.
Well, no, but you didn't add that to the TV program. You didn't add that to the TV program.
Okay, one
that
at a
you
time, guys.
you trying to make
One
that
at
a
a time.
You want me to
commercial.
give you the vote of every single member of the Knesset too? Am I required to do that? The vote was approved. That's the bottom line.
You just
The
didn't
vote
want me
was
to.
approved.
You just
No
didn't
matter
want
how
me to do.
narrow a margin,
You
Obamacare won
look,
by one vote.
you just don't
Okay?
want me to look good. I understand.
Obamacare passed by one vote. You don't say anything about that, do you?
So Tyrone, you know,
I didn't say how many people, how many it passed
speaking
by.
of red herrings. Speaking of red herrings.
Well, you ain't going to it's not legitimate because there's only one vote or two votes
What
that
it all
enable
boils down to is the whole world.
You're the one raised the issue about the narrowness of it.
The whole world done been uproared and turned and flipped around over a dude who don't want to go to fucking jail.
1.1 million people have been killed in wars in Yemen, Pakistan, Syria, and Iran. 1.1 million people have been killed since 2001. And they're all up in a dungeon because the Israelis now are retaliating against an attack.
Tyrone, when you get done, I got another hypothesis.
In one day. And they got almost 1.1 million dead Arabs in those countries, and nobody raised a big stink about it. But the Israelis, oh my God, stop the fucking process. Please. Spare me this righteousness.
And Tyrone, I have another hypothesis that you can throw. Oh, well, maybe. Well, no, I'll leave it alone. But remember the words that has been said about the Palestinians. Somebody, I heard it years ago, and it made sense. Somebody saying that they wanted to run the Palestinians all the way out into the sea. They wanted to bomb them out and run them into the sea and get them the fuck up out of Israel. And isn't it funny? Netanyahu's fighting for his life, and it seems like that's exactly what's happening over there. He's trying to get Egypt to let people in there, and so them people will never come back to Gaza. Exactly what motherfucking some probably right wing ass fucking Jewish motherfucker wants that's supporting him. Want him to run all the Palestinian people up out of Israel. You know what I'm saying? It just fits. It just fits. And now this is my theory. You know, this is nobody else's theory. It's just some shit I came up with in my head from what I've been watching. It just looks like Netanyahu's pulling a Trump and gonna try to run those people in the ground just to stay in power. Peace.
Yeah, let me say this right here. Hold on, sorry. Listen, you gonna have to let me talk, man. Goddamn, I hear you. I got to correct some of this bullshit you saying. Can you please let me talk? Let me talk.
That nigga talk too much sense.
Okay, goddamn it. Listen. Okay, so let me correct some bullshit. Listen, millions or a million Jews have not been killed by the Palestinians. That is a lie. You know, more Palestinians have been killed by the Israelis than Sarge is letting on up here. So he's trying to tell you that a million Jews or so has been killed since whatever date.
I didn't say that. You don't listen too good, do you? I said over 1 million Arabs have been killed in Syria, Yemen, Pakistan, and all these wars they're having with each other.
Well, I'm not gonna argue that number. So
they kill 1 million Jews.
Okay, shut up. I'm not gonna argue that number. If I was wrong, I stand corrected. That's all I heard 1 million, and then I heard Israel, and I thought you was talking about that many. That's more than got. You know that's too many. But since you're correcting me, then I'll correct myself. So there you go. Now I'm done.
Okay, I'm glad you admitted that you were incorrect about what I said.
I'll do that if I'm wrong.
1 million Arabs have been killed in wars in Syria, Yemen, Pakistan, and Iran.
Okay, I said
since 9/11.
Okay, well I don't know.
And they weren't killed by Israelis.
That doesn't matter. See, that's a red herring.
It never matters. It never matters.
No,
only Israel matters.
That's a red herring because you're using the geographical you're using the geographical locations and the death of Arabs and other conflicts to justify the Israelis killing Arabs in Israel, and that has nothing to do with the conversation. It doesn't. Listen to what I'm trying to say to you, Sarge. The Israelis are fucking wrong. Use of white phosphorus is not. Hold on, I just googled it. It's well regulated, and in a conflict like this, it was not supposed to be used in an area that is so dense with population because of the incendiary nature of that weapon. So yeah, it was wrong for them to use white phosphorus in the Gaza Strip or in the West Bank. So, but you can't say that there's any reason that they had to use white phosphorus in such a condensed area like that. That's just wrong. And every time the Israelis do something, you find a way to justify it.
You specifically use the word illegal, not wrong.
Was it wrong or right?
Okay, now listen to the argument.
Was it wrong or right? Was it wrong or right?
Hey, I'm answering. I'm going to pull a Claudine Gay. It depends on the context.
Was it wrong or right for them to use white phosphorus?
Depends on the context.
Okay, I'm telling you the context. For them to use white phosphorus in the Gaza Strip or the West Bank, was that wrong or right?
It could be. Give me the circumstances on which they're using it.
There's a civilian.
Commander, that's how I'm going to make my decision.
Okay,
if I'm a commander, that's how I'm going to make my decision.
Okay,
What's
there's
the
a
context.
The context is there's a condensed, civilian populated, highly populated area. Is it okay to use white phosphorus in that area?
Is a civilian going to get hit by my using directed white phosphorus round shape 5
yeah,
from a tank
a lot
gun?
of civilians.
Wait, answer my question.
Yes, a lot of civilians.
I'm the commander. I've got to give approval for that tank crew or that artillery crew to fire that white phosphorus ammunition. Now tell me something. What is the likelihood of them imposing civilian casualties when they fire the round?
A high likelihood.
I might say no.
Okay, then. Okay, so we can move on. We can move on. They was wrong.
I will definitely say yes if there isn't.
Okay, well, listen. There is no chance
Like I
of you.
said, depends on context.
There is no chance of you using white phosphorus in the West Bank of Gaza and not hitting civilians. That's just not.
Oh, please stop it! Stop it! That's
Hold on.
That's not true. That's
Let me
not
ask you a
true.
question. Hold on. Could any
I know what a white phosphorus round can do. Tyrone, I used to fire them. I know what it can do.
Sarge, let me ask you a question.
105 millimeter white phosphorus and 90 millimeter phosphorus. I know what they do.
Is it legal for a foreign military, right, or a domestic military, which the United States has their own military? Is it okay for a domestic or foreign military to come into this country, again, foreign or domestic, and use those chemicals on citizens of the United States?
It's an act of war. That's more important than whether it's legal.
So
if we got an enemy army invading our country and they're shooting at us, it's an act of war.
Sarge, let me turn this around for a second and just put you in
illegality doesn't matter anymore.
Let me give you a scenario. Check this out, right? Say we was the Palestinians, right? You and I, regular civilians, right? Our government, let's say the United States, right, can't take and doing what they supposed to. There's been street gangs that took over, right? Let's imagine that, right? Street gangs and all these groups start taking over the streets, right? So another country decides to come in, and they're going to come and blow up these people that are shooting rockets. Let's say Mexico. Let's say the Mexican government says, all right, America's not taking care of what they're supposed to be doing, their military, so we're going to go in, or we're going to shoot rockets into those areas and blow up the whole shit. Is that okay, Sarge?
Oh, again, it's an act of war. They're going to have to suffer the consequences of committing an act of war against us, and I will leave the decision on whether or not to charge with war crimes to their defeated asses after we haul them before a war crimes tribunal. But in the meantime, the main thing I'm concerned about is they are shooting at us with whatever.
Sarge, listen, I'm asking you, if there's somebody, let's say you live in a densely populated city like Atlanta, and it so happens in that building where you live in, there's somebody shooting rockets at the government, the local government, and outside to another country or whatever, right? And so that government from the outside decides, they say, well, the country where these rockets are coming from, they're not doing nothing about it. So what we're going to do is we're going to do something about it. And instead of precisely checking and finding out, doing the intel, they know where it's coming from. But instead of doing diligence, they say, you know what, we're going to blow up that building. You're in that building with your family. Is it okay that they're going to blow up that building because there's a terrorist in your building shooting missiles at a foreign government? Is it okay for them to blow up that building with you in it?
It is never okay for anyone to shoot at me or my family. Is it okay
what
for
is the
armed forces to respond to it? Yes, it is.
Well, you better be a dummy. I ain't never seen nobody so damn dumb.
I never seen anybody as stupid as you. The world don't set doors. The world does not rise and set in my ass or yours when your nation is imperiled by an enemy attack.
So I'm asking you.
I mean, what's the matter with you?
So listen, so they blow up. Okay, so then, you say, well, they got to do what they got to do. They blow up the building. You're in there with your family, and you're a casualty.
I'll be dead.
Should be the?
That's not okay with me. Okay.
Hold on. What should be the consequence for that foreign military?
My country should decisively defeat their asses and ground them into the dust. That's my answer.
You're not mad. So you shouldn't be mad.
I'll be dead. What am I mad about?
Hold
I'm
on.
either going to be in heaven, hell, or non-existent.
So hold on. So you can't be mad that the Palestinians are going after the Israeli.
Let them do what they got to do,
right?
And let them suffer the consequences for it too. Same thing with the Israelis. Right now, this whole thing now is. I keep telling you, warfare means all bets are off. It's time now for force of arms. Whoever can prevail in a contest of force of arms is going to be the victor, and that'll be the end of that.
All right, hold on. See, once again, I got to correct this lie. Warfare does not mean all bets are off. And I muted you, Sarge, so don't get upset when I open your line back out. And that doesn't, because we just went over this little nifty little doctrine here called the Geneva Convention, right? And that does not mean all bets are off. It has some protections in there. And it have protection for civilians, buildings, churches, hospitals, and even soldiers that lay down their arms. So that does not mean all bets are off. If warfare was all bets are off, we'd be living in ancient time where we slugging each other over the head with fucking goddamn clubs. That ain't how we're fucking living no more. We're not living in medieval times no more, Sarge. And that's why they develop precision weapons. You sound crazy.
Tyrone, can I ask you a question? The reason for, like, after World War II, when they decided to do the Geneva Convention, wasn't that the reason that they decided to do that so countries could have, because they no longer wanted all bets are off, and people could just do what they wanted to do. Wasn't that the reason for the Geneva Convention?
Yeah, in part it was, and they was trying to, I think, bring like warfare into the modern area, because there was a lot of dead bodies, there was a lot of gore, there was a lot of crap that went on, and I think that's what they're trying to keep themselves. There was a lot of nerve gas deployed. There was a lot of just heinous stuff, you know, just
it was that gas. That gas really did it.
It was
that
like
gas really did it.
It was like a lot of trench warfare, and there was a lot of stuff that went on that I guess they were trying to correct. And Sarge, you can correct me. Hold on, wait a minute, Sarge. When I finish talking, you can respond, nigga. But you can correct me if I'm wrong in part. I get it, but Lisa asked a good question for the reason that they came up with the Geneva Convention. And be honest with your answer, and don't try to bullshit nobody.
Okay, there were several Geneva Conventions prior to World War II, including before World War I. There was also the Hague Convention, which also adopted many of the provisions of the Geneva Convention from the Hague Conventions, which, by the way, are still incorporated by most countries as signatories to both the Hague and the Geneva Convention. So there were Geneva Conventions before World War II. Tyrone, they didn't use any nerve gas in either World War I or World War II. They used mustard gas, phosgene, chlorine, riot control agents, lewisite in World War I. They blew up American stockpiles of mustard gas in Berry Harbor in Sicily in World War II, killed a few hundred American servicemen and Allied servicemen. But that was the only use of gas in either of those two world wars.
No, I'm asking.
There
He was
wasn't
asking.
any nerve gas in World War II at all. The Germans developed it, but they never used it against combatants.
Okay, but the question was the reason that they developed the Geneva Convention.
Well, there's a lot of reasons. Among them, provide rules for waging warfare to which parties would agree to abide.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Okay.
And most of the parties in the world did, but the Soviet Union didn't sign it. And that's one of the excuses Hitler gave for not applying the Geneva Convention to the Soviet Union. He said, well, they didn't sign it, so we're not obligated to honor it. We signed it. They did honor it for the most part with their treatment of Allied prisoners. The Germans were pretty correct for the most part in the way they treated American and Allied prisoners of war other than the Soviets.
Well, here's the reason that...
Most of the countries who signed the Geneva Conventions did abide by it for the most part during war. The Japanese didn't.
Well, here's the reason that the Google came up with, which kind of goes to what we're saying here. It says the origin of the Geneva Convention was adopted in 1964 to establish the Red Cross emblem.
The fourth one.
Okay, let me finish. To establish the Red Cross emblem, signifying neutral status and protection of medical service volunteers, which everybody recognizes that. You see what I'm saying? You got enemy on both sides of the line, and if you see a Red Cross or a medical emblem, then you know you're not supposed to shoot at those people, supposedly, you know.
Well, that's true, but I'm just saying that there were 3 prior Geneva Conventions. Don't ignore those. They existed. There wasn't huge changes after World War II. There were some protocols that they added that they thought would put a finer point on it. But they're still substantively the same as the prior 3.
Yeah, nobody's dismissing that. Sorry, we're not ignoring that.
But yes, look, war is hell, man. War is hell. You shouldn't go to war in the first goddamn place. This shouldn't have had to happen. Hamas had their time. They had Gaza. They were largely self-governing. They just were not allowed to have all of the aspects of a sovereign state because they would not admit the state of Israel had a right to exist. That's why the Israelis were not going to allow them to be a sovereign country completely, because they refused to say, we will recognize you and establish diplomatic relations with you. That's why they wouldn't let them do it.
Yeah, but
wait a minute. In 2005, they completely pulled out of Gaza, and they were largely self-governing. They blew it for themselves. They did this because they did not want the Israelis to make any more inroads with their Arab nations in the form of more formal, more friendly, more cordial diplomatic relations. That's why they did what they did on October 7th.
Well, Israel didn't make it any easier when they kept making settlements, right? With illegal settlements, and the United States is telling them, don't be doing it, and they do it anyway, right? Pushing the people farther and keeping them locked in like they're in a cage, all right, where they can't go in and out. You know that anything that goes in and out of that country, if it's going through legal means, it has to go through the Israeli government. Sarge, you know
they have checkpoints. That's true. They have checkpoints.
Sarge, listen.
And Hamas rarely violates the rules of the checkpoint.
Who got the money?
Hamas rarely violates the rules of the checkpoint. They use ambulances to travel, to transit weapons and ammunition and terrorist soldiers.
Who got the most money?
I know you want to ignore all of that, but it's been well documented even by the UN.
I asked you who got the most money.
That's what I mean. See, now you change the subject again.
So let me ask you this: Do you think
I respond to what you say, and then you change the subject?
Okay, but do you think that Israel is conducting this conflict correctly?
Yeah.
Okay, well, see, we fucked
given
up.
what they're, I think so. Given the imperative to protect their country and its national security, yes. Are they doing everything right? No, they are not doing everything right.
Okay, you can't have both sides of the goddamn coin. It's just a no.
I'm not just that. Hell, you think we ever did everything right in every war we've ever fought? No. We never will.
No, we didn't. No, as a matter of fact, let me say this right here. United States is the biggest motherfucking terrorist organization on this goddamn planet, and they're the most goddamn corrupt government you've ever fucking seen. So no, the United States do not conduct their conflicts fairly, correctly, morally, and none of that. None of it. So that no, I'm telling you, no.
Well, that's what I said, and neither does Israel. But are they doing the right thing?
But you just said yeah.
Yeah. No, you don't listen to what I say. I swear to God. I mean, if I can go back to your ears. One more time. This is what I said. I said the Israelis are doing the correct thing in responding with military force to this aggression on October 7th.
Go ahead,
They're
Elisa.
not doing every single detail correctly.
Go ahead, Elisa.
Can I say something? If they were so concerned about protecting their people and protecting their sovereign rights, when they got intel 2 years before, and when they got even more intel 3 months before from Egypt, they wouldn't have ignored it and allowed it to happen.
Yep.
Well, I got news for you. That's government for you. They almost blew it during Yom Kippur in 1973 when they ignored all the warnings then, too. They almost got defeated by the Egyptian army. They came really close. You know, that's one thing about government, man. Government often drops the ball. Even the Israelis
They
do
didn't
it.
drop no ball. They didn't
Yes,
drop
they
the
did.
ball. They allowed it to
Yes,
happen.
they did.
allowed it
We
to
know what
happen.
happened in 1973.
Okay, well, we can fix this conversation. Is Netanyahu corrupt?
Look, no, not like you claim he is. He's a politician. They all are corrupt to some extent, but not the way you say he is. And even if he is corrupt, he's right to respond this way for this.
No, he's not.
No, he
Listen,
would have been right.
go ahead.
He would have been right to prevent what happened if he wasn't corrupt.
He might be corrupt, but he's doing the right thing, responding the way he is.
Okay, you
No,
can't be
he would've
corrupt and do the
allowed
right thing, you idiot.
Tyrone, can I say this? Can I say this one thing
Go ahead.
in opposition to that? Soldiers were sleeping in their bunk, and the way they were woken up was dead because these motherfuckers had enough time to come into a barracks and shoot motherfuckers sleeping in their bunk. That means your boss is asleep at the switch.
Yep.
Wait a minute. They were on the border. Wasn't it their job to maintain personnel on alert status, even while the others mostly
Hey,
sleep?
he moved 2 goddamn brigades of soldiers from there, from the exact place that they got here. He moved 2 brigades of soldiers to the West Bank. That's why soldiers was caught in their bunks. 7 hours.
Wait a minute. So they
7
didn't have anybody
hours.
on watch?
Okay, wait a minute, man. I'm trying to tell you
Let him
what your
finish.
boy Netanyahu did. Okay, he took niggas off the fence where he got the intel. Now, ain't this amazing? Since you Netanyahu apologist, think about this. A year prior to the motherfucking attack, you got intel that that's where they're going to attack, and you take 2 brigades of soldiers away from that area a couple of months before the attack. That looks awfully fucking suspicious to me. I'm sorry. That looks awfully fucking suspicious to me.
And allowed them to have a festival over there near there too.
Right. Here's our pretty young girls. Come on through the fence, motherfuckers. Let's get this thing going so I can stay out of jail. Shit.
You guys have any idea?
And when the Egyptian administration said that they had warned him a few months before it happened, he pulled another Trump. When they said that they tried to tell him this is about to happen, he turned around and told the press, he pulled another Trump. Oh, that's fake news. They didn't tell us, and they had to show the receipts. Yes, we did. He pulled another Trump. Oh, that's fake news. They're saying that that's fake news. The man is corrupt, and they let this thing happen.
Okay, all right, okay. If you would let me have about an hour of this show, I could give you list after list of intelligence failures throughout history. They are legion. And I'm even going to acknowledge that Israel might have had some intelligence failures that led them not pick this up. Ain't nothing new there. Yeah,
Wait. I got a question.
Begin to talk
I got
about
a
all the
question for you.
intelligence failures
I need clarity
in
here.
the last 50 or 60 years.
Well,
I
Mama's
need
boy, I'm gonna
clarity,
let you
Sarge.
go. Hold on, Sarge. Let me say this right here. What Sarge is saying is bullshit, right? And here's why. Okay, Sarge. This is why I mute you, man. Let me.
Whether it's bullshit or not, it's still true.
Okay, so I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. Now, don't cut me off because I'm gonna mute you so I can finish with what I'm saying. If you do now, but what he's saying is bullshit because we pay taxes to our military for those type of failures not to happen. The Israeli civilians pay taxes to their government for those type of failures not to happen. So if Sarge is saying that we're gonna make mistakes and intelligence failures happen, blah blah blah, that is not the way that is not why those soldiers was on that border. They went down there with military equipment at the ready, just to respond to. I'm sorry, Sarge. But they went down there at the border with military equipment on the ready just for shit, just to go haywire. Those guys are getting paid good money, and the government is getting paid good taxes for that kind of bullshit not to happen. It's more in line is what Mama's boy said. There was a deliberate movement of troops. There was a deliberate misinformation about not taking Hamas serious, and like Elisa is saying, he was blowing it off. Elisa also spoke to the fact that Netanyahu was giving them money, funding them. So there was something else going on there. I'm not saying exactly what it was because I don't know, but something suspicious was going on. Go ahead, Mama's boy.
Well, like I said, it's all my conspiracy theory, but I'm just looking at the issue in a common sense way. The man was in trouble over there. He barely got that little government together. And it took every one of those souls in order for him to be able to declare war. And his posture when he was declaring war, he was trying to get the whole nation behind him because he had trouble behind him that he wanted to cover up with all his bullshit. And he thought the whole nation was going to back him. And when they didn't, he hightailed his ass up out of motherfucking Tel Aviv and took his ass out there where the soldiers were and was out there talking to, and he spent most of his time out with the soldiers. He never brought his ass back home because that's where he knew them motherfuckers wanted him out. And he still knows that to this day. And everything that he's putting the fucking world through is just so his ass don't go to fucking jail. He's trying to stop the prosecution from investigating his ass in the first damn place. So you could come on here and discuss war tactics and rules of war, a war that shouldn't even be started in the first goddamn place. That's what you should be saying. A war that shouldn't even been started. It only got started because a man doesn't want to go to jail. He knew that shit was fixing to happen, let the shit happen so he could have his war to try to keep his ass in power. That's a fucking shame.
Well, Tyrone, I'm really touched to see your naive faith in the government to never fuck up and make a mistake. But I don't share that, and I will never share that belief. Just like those Marines in Lebanon got caught sleeping in a barracks, despite the fact they were in a war posture, and they should have been deployed on the perimeter in individual fighting positions and not be crammed up in a one big, fat, juicy target for a bomb-laden truck. This shit happens. The commanders on the scene, on the border, where Hamas is known to attempt to infiltrate, should have been regular and should have had the watch sufficient to detect those attacks or the potential of attack before it struck. It happens. I know you don't want to believe it, but believe me, since I actually know something about warfare and fighting, it does actually happen. They get caught by surprise, just like those Marines did in Lebanon, blown the hell up by one truck with a big-ass bomb, instead of being deployed on the perimeter in individual fighting positions.
Hold on. Let me say this right here. Let me ask Elisa this right here. Hold on. Elisa, is that the conflict that when Jimmy Carter had hospice called that guy came forward and admitted to that Reagan did that? Is that the conflict, Lebanon?
Yeah, that's it. No,
okay.
We had Marines, a big fat target sitting in a big building.
Okay, shut up. Listen, this is what if that's the conflict, then what you're saying is invalid, and the reason why is because that shows you that other hands was at play and during this Lebanon conflict. And as you said, if the soldier was in their tent sleep, then maybe they got information that it wasn't as dangerous as it was there, and they was at a relaxed status. So that conflict could look bad on Jimmy Carter. That happens.
And it did.
And what we're saying about this conflict is that we see that Netanyahu moved those troops, and we know that Netanyahu fed them money. It's so bad that Morning Joe started out defending Netanyahu, and all of a sudden they're questioning what the fuck Netanyahu did. You know,
he's a crook.
Yeah, it's really weird, Sart, and it's really weird to hear you come out here and start.
It's so evident though. That's Sarge claims to be all this all enlightened, bright ass fucking historian that he could at the drop of a hat outwit you and out motherfucking debate you. When it's not really a debate, you can sit here and watch. You can see in real time Netanyahu try to keep from going to jail. I mean, bro, it's right there. When they standing out there protesting what he tried to do, he tried to usurp the Supreme Court to where he can stay in office, and they couldn't fucking do shit about it. And the people hit the streets. Now, all of a sudden, in the middle of them protesting him, all of a sudden, Hamas comes through the fence and starts raping Jewish women. It just looks suspicious to me, especially when you got word on the street is Netanyahu knew about this shit. Now, come on, man. We ain't stupid, bro. You gaslighting us, Sarge, right now.
Go ahead, Sarge.
Okay, I'm not going to gaslight anybody because I don't know enough about internal Israeli politics to say for certain whether he was doing it or not. I say to you, it is quite possible he is corrupt and he did the right thing in responding to the attack on October 7th. I submit to you both could possibly be true, and more than likely or not, both may be. Now, that's what Tyrone just said a minute. Wait a minute, I'm almost finished. Let me finish. All right, now look, what Tyrone said a minute ago with regard to those Marines in Lebanon, when they were there, they were regularly exchanging fire with Hezbollah, who was shooting at them, Tyrone. They had called in direct fire naval gunfire support from the USS Missouri off the Mediterranean Sea. They were shooting it out with Hezbollah. They were calling in airstrikes.
You're missing my point.
Wartime posture.
You're missing my point.
In a wartime posture.
Okay, you're missing my point.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Elisa.
You act like they didn't know they were really in a war or anything.
Hold on, you're missing the big picture, Sarge. Go ahead, Elisa.
What big picture did I miss? What did I just miss? When I just told you what I told you.
Let Elisa talk. Shut up.
A better example of sleeping on the job, a better example of being caught off guard would be Pearl Harbor. I'd use that one. I really would.
That's another one too. Very good, Elisa. Very good.
Yeah, that's the example you would use, but the one with Lebanon, Jimmy Carter had hospice called, and that guy admitted that Reagan was working behind the scenes to make him look bad over there. So, I mean,
gee, that means he shouldn't do the right thing, huh?
Yeah.
He's the president of the United States. He's worried about politics.
That's not the point. Why are you missing this? Are you that dense?
I'm not missing it. I'm listening to what you say. I'm responding to what you just said. You said that Jimmy Carter subordinated other considerations to political ones because Reagan might make him look bad.
No, that's not
what you
happened.
just said.
I have to pull up.
Listen to you.
I have to pull up the
That's
article.
not what he said.
Yes, he is. He said Reagan make him look bad, so I guess Carter couldn't do what he's supposed to do.
No, you missing it.
That's not what he
That's what it
said.
sounded like to me. It's only reasonable to infer. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Do so.
Well, you're wrong.
Well, then tell me why. Tell me why.
I got to find the goddamn. The reason
valid.
that I was using that for an example is because of what is going on in Israel and Netanyahu pulling those troops off the damn border or whatever he did. There's something else going on behind the scenes to make it look like what you said is that they were sleeping on the job, they made a mistake or whatever the fuck. And the military personnel, it's their fucking job 24/7 to not let what happened happen. That's what the hell they there for.
But let's go. We don't even.
Commander's responsibility, not Benjamin Netanyahu's. It is the commander's responsibility to ensure the security of his position.
But you know what? It gets deeper that we already visited this part. How about this? How is it that the ones that are pressing the buttons are sitting up in Qatar and in Dubai, and the the U.S. military, neither the Israeli are touching anything. They're not going over there. They're not pressing the Qatar. They're actually negotiating. That's how they negotiated the damn hostages. So how is it that the big players are not even in Palestine or in Israel? They're actually pressing buttons from Qatar and all these other places, and Israel ain't going there to play games with them. How about that?
Okay. So
Tell
now
me
you're
that.
saying that. Well, and now Israel, for all I know, you don't know. I don't know either. But Israel may be sending covert operators over there to assassinate somebody. But are you saying they should commit an act of war against Qatar by openly attacking Qatar?
Whoa.
I don't know. Is that what you're saying they should be doing?
Hold on. I'm not saying anything. I'm asking you, why is it that they're pressing buttons from Qatar and the Israeli government, now the U.S. has pressed them? I didn't say anything about nothing in that manner. I'm asking you a question. How is it that they pressing buttons? And this is public information. This is not a secret. That's how they know. That's how I know. They admitted that they have people that's negotiating from Qatar. The U.S. government, Israeli government, acknowledges that it's public information, but yet they're not pressing the countries that are, if you want to say, harboring the players, the top players of this so-called war that's going on.
Remember what we did in Afghanistan? Remember when the Taliban was giving succor to Osama bin Laden and his associates there, and we made a formal diplomatic demand that they turn them over to the United States? And once that is done, when you do that openly and you don't do it behind the scenes, then you put yourself on a spot. At that point, it's either put up or shut up. If they don't do it, if they don't succumb to the ultimatum, because the U.S. gave them an ultimatum, and they didn't reply. They said, they're our guests, and they're here at our invitation to be our guests. Well, the die was cast at that point. The United States either withdraw from its ultimatum and look like a punk diplomatically, or follow through. The United States chose to follow through because they didn't give them up. Now, I would submit to you the reason the Israelis didn't do what you seem to be suggesting they should have done is because once they do, they're going to be on an inevitable course that they don't want to be involved with, because they definitely don't want to be fighting no two-front war. I would say it might be a prudential decision, and it makes sense to me. You always make prudential decisions in wartime.
Sarge, you didn't answer my question.
I did answer your question. You asked me why. I gave you a why.
Man,
it doesn't have to be the right one.
Hey,
I
Jay
think it's
New
a
York.
reasonable inference.
Just like Netanyahu declared the Golan Heights to those high-powered Israeli people just to appease them to stay in office is the whole reason why he conducting this war the way he doing. Guaranteed.
Okay. That settlement is the settlement on the West Bank is a whole nother kettle of fish. There were no settlements in Gaza. All the Israelis were out of Gaza. The West Bank is another story. Right now, Israel is not waging a war in the West Bank with ground troops.
There was no settlements in Gaza. What the fuck you talking about?
There were no Israeli settlements in Gaza.
They
moved by law. The Knesset passed a law that forbids any Israeli citizen from living in Gaza without the consent of the Gazan government.
Oh, I get it. Israeli been following the treaties and everything. Oh, okay, yeah. All right.
Wait. Hold on.
What do you mean treaty? What do you mean treaty? Yeah, they withdrew in 2005.
No,
yeah,
well,
okay.
Hold on.
All
It all depends what Israeli considers Gaza, because when they stretch that backyard and say, you know what, this is Israel now, what are we talking about, Sarge? Stop playing. They made Gaza small.
Yeah,
Sarge,
it's Israel.
They shrunk
how do you
Gaza.
think they got the West Bank and Gaza? They were attacked by 4 Arab armies.
Sarge, they
How do you think they got all that land? They just walked and said, pretty please give it to us?
I didn't say that.
God, man, will you go read a history book? Please, read a history book. Read about the 6-Day War in 1967.
Now
Read
you're trying
about
to
it.
justify it. You're trying to
Yeah, I'm
justify
justifying it. That's what happens in a war. You're damn right I am. That's why you don't fight them. Try to avoid it. Don't eagerly run into no damn war. It changes everything. I keep saying, yes, like I like this shit. I don't.
You do.
You're full of shit, nigga. I watch my friends get killed.
Oh, jeez.
You think Yahoo really cares about those soldiers getting killed? He's just like Putin. He don't give a fuck. Throw him in the fucking meat grinder.
He was an Israeli commando. He got wounded in action.
Yeah, and
He faced death more times than you could even think of. He almost drowned trying to get across the river to get into Paris one time.
They all have to join the army. What are you talking about?
You don't have to join the
hold
commando.
on.
He was a commando.
Netanyahu got a backstory that you know about? That is crazy.
God damn it. Are you serious? He's one of the leading statesmen in the world, and you know nothing about his background?
I sure don't.
He was a real combat hero.
Tyrone,
This
you
guy
want to know
saw
what
a
I'm
lot
hearing?
of action.
You know what I'm hearing? You know what I'm hearing, Tyrone?
What's that?
I'm hearing the story of Rudy Giuliani over in
now we
Israel.
change the subject. You know goddamn well what I just said.
That's what I'm hearing.
The man is seeing a lot of war,
Can I finish fucking talking?
Hold on, let Mama Boy
Can I
finish.
finish fucking talking, man? Can I finish talking? That's all I ask. That's all I ask. I don't ask for you to agree with me. I don't ask for you to even give a fuck about what I say.
Okay.
As
Let's
long
calm
as
down.
I can say it. As long as I can say what the fuck's on my mind, I don't give a fuck how you feel about it.
It's just amazing to me. You just pull things out
It's
of a
just
hat.
amazing to me how you keep running your mouth when I'm trying to get out.
Well,
What
yeah,
I'm
some
trying to
things
get out.
need to be said. And I
So
just
you
said
just gonna keep on talking, knowing I want to try to. See, that should show you a rude ass dude, because you know I'm
rude ass dude. So are you.
Okay,
You
one
know
at a
I'm
time.
trying
One
to
at a
get it
time.
Good Lord. Now, Tyrone, it's amazing how Benjamin Netanyahu can do all of this amazing shit. Like Rudy Giuliani. You know what I'm saying? He was America's mayor. This motherfucker could not be this goddamn lawyer bringing in the mob. He got credentials. But at the end of their goddamn career, Giuliani don't know his ass from a hole in the ground now. Just like motherfucker Benjamin Netanyahu. These motherfuckers will crawl through shit and eat the ass out of an anteater to stay out of jail. And you think going to war means anything to Netanyahu? It wouldn't mean shit to motherfucking Rudy Giuliani right now, would it? If it would keep his ass out of jail. So that's the comparison I was making. You telling me all these old war stories, but we talking about 2020 motherfucking 4 now. Both of these motherfuckers, Giuliani and Netanyahu, are some fucking criminals, and you babysitting these niggas. Peace, fam.
Babysitting. I'm not making up shit like Jay just did. Like Jay would, Netanyahu would deliberately sacrifice his soldiers to see him killed to keep himself out of jail. That's making shit up. I don't have to make up anything about the man's combat service. So you can ram and jam it on that one, baby. I know what that man did, and everybody else does in Israel too. In fact, around the world. I don't know about his private motives. You guys claim to, not me.
Listen, you don't twist what I said. I told you that the reason
Well,
why
I
he was
heard
in
what
the
you
military.
said. I'm glad you're trying to straighten it out now.
No. I want you to straighten out your ear from the shit that you got in it. Remember what I said. I told you that he had to join the military because that's random over there. So he ain't special from
He didn't have to
anybody.
join the special forces. It was
So
an
what?
extra risk.
In the military.
All he could have gone ahead and did a standard 2-year hit, but he went and joined the commandos.
Do they get paid good money?
Oh, for Christ's sake, I can't believe this shit, man. You just changed the subject in a heartbeat.
What the hell is wrong with you, Sarge?
Hey, look. All Netanyahu would have to know is, man.
What the pay grade
you know,
Israeli
you know,
commandos is. All
you know,
I
if you
know
go,
is that he was in them. They call
no,
themselves the Sayeret Makai. He
hey,
supported
hey,
cross-border raids in the
hey,
war of
somebody
attrition.
tell
He was in the Battle
Netanyahu
of Karamoh.
that he
He
got
was
a
the one
chance to
hiding
be
out the Great
prime
Jordan
minister
to capture the
as a
PLO leadership.
commando.
They
He got
called
a
us
better
communists.
chance as
He
a
was a
commando
team
than a
leader.
regular
He was
soldier.
wounded in combat 6
Netanyahu
times.
go,
He was
then
involved in a
he gonna go be
1968
a
raid on
commando.
Lebanon. He helped to rescue the hijacked Sabina flight 571 in May of 1972, where he got shot in the shoulder. He took part in raids along the Suez Canal against Egyptian forces. He led a commando attack inside Syrian territory. He did all that, man. I ain't got to make none of that up. It's on the record.
I don't care what he did. He's
You
a
know his
piece
whole
of
history,
shit.
huh?
But stop making shit up and then tell me I don't know what I'm talking about.
I thought you were talking about a Marvel,
You believe a goddamn thing if you don't want to.
I thought you were talking about a Marvel comic book character.
Well, no, we're talking about an honorably serving commando in Israeli Defense Force who's seen more combat than most soldiers in the world.
So what? He's still a piece of shit.
Hey, can we do a word? Can we do a? Hey, Sister Elisa. Now,
Yeah,
now,
man, I mean, you guys gonna kill me with
here
shit
I
you
go.
make up.
Here I
Shit
go,
that's on the
messing
record
it
you
all up
ignore.
again.
But
Here
you
I
make
go.
up all these theories.
Hey, after your comic book story, then you got the
Not
real
comic book,
motherfucker.
see what I mean about
No,
you? This way
can I finish talking?
when Donald
Can I
Trump
finish
comes back
fucking
to the White
talking?
House, I
Goddamn.
can't wait
I
to put
think I
that shit in
said
your
like
face.
3 words or something. Can I finish my fucking
Comic
statement?
book hero.
Now that
He's
we
the
done
real
with your
thing.
comic
He's
book
not
story,
a comic book hero.
now we get to sit down to the real
He's the
journalism
real thing.
and we say, where are they now?
What do you mean,
The real
who now?
journalism. Hold on.
One of them was leading the country.
Hold
the other
on.
one is fighting back
Hold
against a
on.
bogus set of charges.
Netanyahu bootlicker. Shut up. I am
So
not
keep
finished.
changing the subject all
I'm
you want.
still talking
There's
here.
nothing you can say that
I
I
am
cannot
still
respond to
talking here.
effectively.
I am
There's
still
nothing you can
talking.
say that I cannot respond to effectively.
Listen. I am still talking here. If that was true, you would shut the fuck up and let me talk. But apparently it ain't, because you keep running your dick beaters. Now, let me tell y'all this. Let me tell y'all this. Under no certain terms should y'all ever think that Netanyahu is not a greedy, simple-minded, easy to defeat, dumbass motherfucker who done wedged himself into trouble. And just like any other crazy cracker, they will eat their own leg off to save their life. Okay? So right now, Netanyahu is chewing on his thigh because he know the bombs that he done dropped in Gaza is gonna put him up in front of fucking some sort of war tribunal. He already know this and don't even care. So and when you look at the support that he gets over here in America, it's largely gonna be a right-wing nationalist that is gonna agree with what they doing over there. Because the majority of Americans, including the president, is telling this motherfucker, you're going too fucking far. You might need to slow the fuck down. And if Netanyahu don't slow the fuck down, he gonna end up getting the whole world sentiment on his ass. And it's gonna change his dynamic really fast. Just like Donald Trump, his ass is gonna go to jail. Just like Donald Trump. And Donald Trump ain't gonna have the leverage of government to drag our country into a war. He not gonna, Netanyahu, he saw it coming. He made it happen. Trump ain't gonna have that luxury. You know what I'm saying? And if you sitting it, God damn. Damn. This motherfucker here, yep.
Yeah, well, you can believe in this motherfucker here will make up any goddamn thing you want.
Can't stop talking, man. I just gotta hear myself fucking talk.
Getting us into maybe 3 fucking wars.
I just
With
simply
Taiwan
gotta hear
and
myself
China,
talk.
with
Fuck
Iran,
everybody else
with
talking.
Russia.
All I want to do is talk, y'all.
Yeah, you want to extol a great Joe Biden.
God
Please.
damn.
Man, you
All I
better take
want
that
to
shit
do
somewhere to a loony bin,
is
because ain't
talk,
nobody
talk,
else gonna
talk,
believe that crazy crap.
and ain't saying shit.
Joe Biden, I can't believe this shit.
All
Joe
you want to
fucking
do is
Biden.
talk,
Ain't
talk,
this
and
a
ain't
bitch?
saying shit.
Joe Biden.
Motherfucker ain't
God
said a
damn.
damn thing. Just running his
Joe
fucking mouth.
fucking Biden.
Are you in the mirror, son?
What the hell is wrong with you, man?
Unbelievable.
Are you in the mirror? You flexing?
Joe Biden. Ain't this a bitch?
Sarge in the mirror
Whatever.
flexing. Biden.
Hey, I tell you what, man. I tell you what, man. You just go ahead on. You just go ahead on and live in your world of delusion and fantasy land like the border is secure. Like that fucking Mayorkas tells us, don't worry, the border is secure. And you believe that shit too.
Sarge,
Hey,
how many crimes?
Whatever.
How many crimes Joe Biden indicted on?
Man, none, because he got a Department of Justice that protects his ass. That's why.
How many crimes? How many crimes Donald
He got
Trump?
a Department of Justice that shields him from getting indicted. That's why.
How many crimes Donald Trump indicted on?
I just said none. Donald Trump, 91. And he ought to wear every one of them proudly like a badge of honor.
Out of those two people, which one is the criminal? Hello?
That doesn't even deserve an answer. That doesn't even deserve the dignity of an answer.
It does.
Hey, Tyrone, I want to answer that.
Mm-hmm.
Biden. Biden.
That motherfucker Biden. That's why you should say it.
Oh, Jesus, y'all done got me on this phone till 1:30 in the morning.
Hey, you ain't putting enough emphasis on the word motherfucker.
Oh,
Tyrone.
Huh?
Okay, Mama Boy, that was a good one. I'm getting ready to go, and I'm gonna listen at y'all fuss. Sarge, calm yourself, because the word.
Oh hell no, man! I'm just getting revved up. Oh no, I'm not about to shift. I'm not about to shift down. I'm going into overdrive on this motherfucker.
Now wait a minute. Don't allow the word Biden's name to cause you to flip out like that.
Oh no. It's not his name. It's his policy.
I don't like him either.
Sorry, this is the best economy we had.
What do it for me?
What you talking about? His policy? The economy is way better than Trump's. What are you talking?
Secure. The border is secure, Tyrone.
So the border.
300,000 illegal aliens in December.
So hold on for a second.
300,000.
Hold on for a second. So American policies only consist of the southern. American policies only consist of the southern border. Is that what you're saying?
That's one of the worst. I could go on and on and on, but you would see to it that I don't.
Sorry, there's nothing that Joe Biden did is worse than Donald Trump.
Inflation is down. It's down from 10% to 6%.
I guess
be grateful to that motherfucker.
I guess this is the point where you spew all these talking points, huh?
I know. I'm gonna keep going. Every time you say some stupid shit like you do, your obliviousness draws you in.
Okay, I mean, I know you got the talking points ready. You just ain't been able to get them.
Damn right I do, and you know they're true. I have to make them up, unlike you. Donald Trump is a criminal. He opposed an election. He tried to overthrow an election with an insurrection. And you believe that stupid shit. Just you and all the demon rats. Nobody else.
Yeah, he did, Sarge. I mean, it was on live TV. We seen the whole goddamn thing.
Yeah, look who's gaslighting now.
Was your TV working that day?
Yeah, I saw that part where he told the people to raise the ruckus, get their spears, pitchforks, but make sure you leave your guns at home, and then try to overthrow the government. Yeah, I saw the part where he said that.
I know what you're missing. Hold on, wait a minute.
That you heard it in.
I know what you're missing. You're missing the part where Ken's Cheeseboro down in Georgia clearly admitting that they were going to overthrow the government by bringing those fake electors to war. You missed that goddamn part. You missed
I got a record that
no,
was
hold
submitted. by that electoral committee in Georgia that detailed what they were doing and explained the provisions of the law that allowed them to do it.
No, listen, after Ken Cheeseborough took his deal, he released the audio of him actually confessing to breaking the motherfucking law. Now, goddamn it, Sarge, I don't know what the fuck to tell you, and you probably missed the part where Rudy Giuliani lost the motherfucking case against the two people who he said was solely responsible for handing goddamn Georgia to Trump. You missed that motherfucking part. You missed the part when Jenna Ellis started crying and admitting that she was lying about there being voter fraud in Georgia. You missing all of that shit, right? Your TV probably won't on, but you missed all of that too, didn't you?
I could play for you the audio of Rudy Freeman's confession, and you ignore it.
Oh, play it.
She confessed that she was doing something funky in the election, and you pretend like she didn't say it.
Play
and
it.
It's on a video. We can see
Play
her face.
it. Play it.
Well, I'm going to play it, and then when I do, you will
wait a minute. This is wait. This is wait a minute. Hold on. This is the same audio.
Because I played it for you once before, right here on this show.
No,
and
you
now
didn't.
You're acting like you didn't hear it.
No, this is the same audio you promised to play last week.
Before on the show, and you ignored it when I did.
This is the same audio you promised to play last week that never fucking reared its fucking head.
I played it.
You ain't played shit.
And I told you it would not come out well over the phone, but you can see it when you listen to it firsthand.
You know what, Sarge? I feel sorry for you guys. Man.
Now I'm gonna play it for you again, and I'm gonna see if you can make it out. Because I'm gonna admit it's gonna be a little tough to make out.
Well, that's all right. I don't need for you to play it.
But remember, there is a video and there is an audio, and he's talking to agents of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the Fulton County Police Department, Sheriff's Department, and she's speaking to them. And she's telling it what she's worried about, and this is bigger than her, and there are people over her that are involved in it. She said everything they said, talking about the officials, was fraud. She said it. You want to hear it?
No, I don't
Shut up and listen as best you can. I'm going to admit it's going to be a little hard to hear. But listen, are you shutting up now so you can hear it?
No, go ahead.
I'm just wondering why Rudy Giuliani didn't have this evidence.
Are you going to shut up or not?
Go ahead, I guess.
Okay, listen. Everything they said was fraud. Now, let me listen to her say it again. Then they said it was fraud. Now, if they did say that they cleared their name as to what happened with the ballot box, that nobody telling me, and I don't understand that. The FBI, nobody has reached out to me. They reach out to me only to kind of clear my social media. She makes a whole bunch of incriminating statements like that. There are literally almost an hour of it, and it's all been ignored and covered up.
No, because Rudy Giuliani would have used that shit if he could.
No. He wasn't allowed to introduce in trial because he couldn't get it firsthand from the FBI. That's why the trial judge sanctioned him. See, you don't know what you're talking about because the mainstream media won't cover it. But you can look at what the judge's sanction was. The judge sanctioned his defense counsel.
Bro, I ain't got to pay attention to no media. He lost in fucking court.
It's all gonna come out eventually, and you'll see it then.
So which one do you want, Sarge? Do you want me to pay attention? Do you want me to pay attention to media or not pay attention to media? Which one do you want? Which one?
The subject.
Which one? I didn't change no subject.
Yes,
Which one do you want?
Just did.
Which one do you want, motherfucker? Do you want me to pay attention to media or not pay attention to media? Which one do you want?
But Giuliani could not get the certified copy in time for his trial, and the judge sanctioned his defense for not producing it.
Ain't no motherfucking attention on media. I saw him come out the courthouse and lose.
What do I mean about you, man? You gotta find
so,
out.
Hold on. Wait. So Rudy Giuliani could not get a certified copy for his trial, and what happened?
The FBI won't release it.
Okay, listen.
The FBI's got it.
Listen, wasn't Rudy Giuliani an attorney or a lawyer or something?
Look,
State's
you know,
state's
look, you
attorney.
know,
State's
the Congress
attorney.
of the United States can't get the shit they're subpoenaing from the FBI. God damn it!
Okay, so
Congress is subpoenaing shit, and the FBI is sitting on it.
okay, so hold on. The reason you're yelling because what I'm saying is making plenty of sense. Rudy Giuliani do not need for your dumb ass to call into a radio show to defend him when he's got decades of law experience. When he's been through this over and over and over again throughout court cases, all up and down the goddamn East Coast, I imagine. So for you to come on here and make his defense a defense that he could not present him motherfucking self is downright stupid, Sarge. Who the fuck do you think you talking to? I don't understand why you do that.
That's what I mean about you, nigga. See what I mean about you? You're always appealing to authority because you have this you're a stooge for government.
Oh, I am.
Whatever government does when it sides with your position, you just unblinkingly accept what they say. It doesn't matter what it is. You don't care. Rudy Giuliani said that he was going to bring all this up in appeals because he saw he was getting nowhere with this court, this trial judge, with this civil court case. Remember, it's a civil case. That's one reason the FBI could sit on this.
Okay.
They don't even respond to subpoenas from the House Judiciary Committee. They're in Congress.
So listen, Rudy Giuliani actually got himself another lawsuit. Listen, what you're saying can't be nowhere near true. Because one, like Mama's boy said, he didn't bring it up this time, and now he's so stupid, he stood on the fucking steps of the courthouse and committed the same defamatory, I don't know, civil violation or crime or whatever the fuck you want to call it again. So, Sarge, why the fuck are you defending this motherfucker who clearly can't defend himself?
I'm not defending him, dumbass. I'm responding to your stupid comments. I'm not defending him.
Oh, sound like
he's got his own lawyers. Like you say, he's got his lawyers. He doesn't need Sarge.
No,
I'm responding to your ass, not the court. Now,
Well,
Rudy
my
Giuliani
response
tried to
is,
get all
can I
in the
respond
court,
to your
and
response?
he asked for a delay in the proceedings so he
Can
could
I-
obtain the evidence, and the court would not grant it.
Can I?
See, it doesn't
Can
matter
I-
to you what the facts are. You
Can
don't
I-
give a shit. You only
can I
care that your
respond?
side wins.
Can I respond to your response?
If you actually do that, yeah.
Well, obviously, the information that you have can't be correct because there's no way it wouldn't have been used. If it's the only material evidence that is going to exonerate Rudy Giuliani, he could get it. But you know what? If the judge looks at it and says there's no way that evidence even exists, because I'm looking at all the shit right here, and doesn't give it to him, you can't use that as an excuse. Because if it was worth a damn what you talking about, then goddamn it, Rudy would have got off with it.
Not only that, Mama's boy. Listen, if they wanted to put Fonnie Willis to work and make her try to disprove something, then they would have presented that evidence and said, you need to disprove this. This clears our client. But what Sarge is talking about is part of a goddamn conspiracy. He's too dumb to understand that he's following a fucking group of people that just throw shit up in the air and hope it lands some goddamn where it makes sense. But you're talking to the wrong group of people over here, Sarge. None of that shit that you saying makes any motherfucking sense whatsoever. The only person that believes that shit is you and perhaps Jermaine. I don't know. It's just stupid.
I'm not the only person. You believe that. You niggas on TRS, it is. Yeah, that's true. But not in other places.
I'm not arguing with that because you hang
You
around.
got to get the original evidence, man. You can't rely on a secondhand reproduction of the evidence. You got to get the original evidence into the trial. The
See,
FBI
watch this right
is
here.
sitting on it.
See, watch
the
this right here.
FBI was the ones that originated the evidence. They're sitting on it. It's a
Okay, so
civil
watch
case.
this right here.
It's
Watch this
not
right
a
here.
criminal case. It
Watch
doesn't
this-
have the same priority of discovery.
Okay, hold on. Watch this right here. See, Sarge said you got to get the original evidence and the FBI is sitting on it. These are conspiratorial talking points that in his little circle makes fucking sense. But to somebody with common sense, like the people that's on this line, it makes no sense, because if you're having a fucking trial and you've got discovery and you've got the laws provide the opportunity for the defendant to seek their defense, their lawyers are paid to get whatever the fuck they can to defend their fucking client. And Sarge is telling us, because it's the goddamn FBI and it's not top secret information, it's not classified, it's not none of that shit. Somehow or another, Rudy Giuliani can't get this shit from the goddamn FBI. The type of stuff that you're talking about, which would be conversations, videos, text messages, all of that shit, whatever, it's available through the FCC, information release, what they call them, FIFAs or whatever, the Release of Information Act,
Freedom of Information Act.
The Freedom of Information Act, all of that shit would be available to Rudy Giuliani, Sarge. So you're lying, and you're using the FBI as a conspiracy damn baseball bat so everybody can say, ooh, the FBI might have it. No, you're stupid, and you keep telling these goddamn conspiracies. What I need for you to do, sir, is I need for you to wake the fuck up and shut up. I'm not done. Listen, I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done.
Let me tell you something. How long did it take the Judiciary Committee to get those reports from Janice Yellen from the Treasury Department on the suspicious activity transfer report of Joe Biden's shell accounts, the money they had sent in there? You know how long it took? It took 2 years. 2 years. Now the United States Congress, the Judiciary Committee.
Okay, first of all, Rudy Giuliani is not the president of the United States. That's the first thing. So now you're talking about getting information on a president that probably has been classified because of the position that he's taking. You keep throwing out these things and comparing things that don't fucking match.
Red herring.
And the shoot you down on your own comment is eventually they clearly got the information that they requested because they did the information releases or whatever the fuck. So they got it. So you're telling me Rudy Giuliani can't ever get it because of the... You're full of shit. I don't know what to tell you.
Nigga, suspicious activity reports are never classified information. They are confidential information that the banks keep and submit to the Treasury Department. They don't have any goddamn thing to do whatsoever with classified material. You simple-minded bastard.
It has nothing to do with Giuliani.
Tyrone, can I just point something out that y'all both are glossing over, especially him?
Jesus Christ!
But
I never seen a motherfucker like you.
in different ways, y'all are missing it, and I will make my description. I'll explain. See, common sense is the common sense that comes out of this motherfucker mouth. That it never matches. You see what I'm saying? So when you start applying common sense to the shit he's saying, there's no fucking way. There's no way. It's not possible. But when you look at it, Tyrone, when you look at it on your end, it's common sense. You not looking at who you talking to. So I'm gonna just tell you, bro, you gotta look at who you're talking to. Someone who is giving you false information because it's not gonna make sense.
Well, yeah, I know that. I'm just arguing. I'm just arguing with him because I don't know. He just takes these positions.
You know something, Tyrone? You the same nigga say scoffs and laughs at me when I talk about caravans coming to the United States. There's 8,000 people right now that are trekking to the United States border, which is why Anthony Blinken.
Well, why are you bringing up a whole nother conversation?
To talk to the president there about stopping that convoy that you say doesn't exist.
Okay, so hold on for a minute. Let me show you how stupid that comment was. 2 years ago, listen, I don't know how long it take a caravan to travel, but in my idea, when you're talking about a caravan, you're talking about a group of people, soldiers, or a large group of people traveling all one way at the same time, right? And 2 years ago, right? He said that there was a caravan coming to America,
Taking
right?
over.
From the southern border. Now, what he's trying to explain to me now is that 2 years later, the caravan
Now
is
they're
still
coming.
fucking coming. How large is this motherfucking caravan, Sarge? And listen, you know what a caravan is. It's not a yearly fucking event, you moron. A caravan, I don't know, maybe at the most take a couple of days. I'm gonna give you a week if you got a large caravan. But 2 motherfucking years, Sarge, you telling me that this caravan is still motherfucking coming? You sound stupid as hell, Sarge.
He wanted to
Tyrone,
divert from Giuliani.
Tyrone,
He wanted
Tyrone,
to divert from
you
Giuliani.
are talking to somebody who thinks somehow in 2024, you know, Joe Biden is going to get out of office and Trump is going to take back over.
Jesus
You know what I'm
Christ,
saying?
this caravan,
He's
huh?
still,
Boy, I swear to God, man, nigga, I'm gonna tell you right now, nigga, the caravans I referred to 2 years ago came here. We are getting 14,000 motherfuckers a day at the peak. We are getting on an average of 10,000 a day being processed through Eagle Pass alone. Do you not understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Oh, so now the caravans.
Stupid. The
but what happened? Okay.
And once when I said it would.
Now, let me ask you a question, Sarge. Sarge, can I ask you a question? Since you know it all.
I gotta keep yelling all the goddamn time. I'm not gonna answer too many more.
How long do you think, this is a simple question, how long do you think it would take the people that were already sitting at the border before Joe Biden took office, how long do you think it would have took to process all those people waiting in Mexico to come into the United States?
Right now, your government, the Customs Border Patrol, and the Department of Homeland Security go to their website, cpb.gov. They will tell you they processed 276,000 people in December. Now, I know you might not be that good at math, but why don't you divide that by 31, 276,000 by 31, and then tell me, what is the average number of people they are processing per day? Your government said they did that.
Hold on. If they processing them, then they come in illegal, right? Through legal means.
What?
Well, hold on, Jay New York. Hold on.
They get it processed.
There's no way you're going to take just 1 month out of the year and say, okay, they do that every month.
Man. I'll give you month by month.
No, listen, bro.
Month by month for the last year?
Listen. If you really, I'm trying to answer your goddamn question, but you won't shut the fuck up. How can I answer your question when you still asking the fucking question? How in the fuck can I answer your question when you still asking the fucking question?
You don't want an answer.
Dude, you don't want me to answer. If you asking me to answer you, why are you still fucking talking?
You don't want an answer.
No, you don't want me to answer. You don't want, you scared of what the fuck I'm gonna say. That's why you keep running your mouth. That's why yes, you are scared of what I'm saying. That's why you talking.
All you want to do is change the subject. You and
Bro,
Jay.
that's why you talking. Ain't nobody change the subject.
All right. This ain't going nowhere.
I'm just trying. Look, Tyrone, man.
You don't change the fucking subject.
Go ahead. Sorry, people got a right to speak, man.
Man, who can stick to the subject when you trying to throw them off?
You said that it was only 1 month. It's not the other 11.
No, that was all you were counting. That's all you were counting was the 1 month that you looked
That was the biggest month.
Yes, and you picked the biggest month. That's my point. That's my motherfucking point.
225,000
Tyrone, you get it, don't you, Tyrone? Don't you get it, Tyrone?
Sorry, you just said
225,000 was the lowest month.
Okay. Sorry, you just said yes. That was the biggest.
I swear to God, man, you people are beyond fucking belief. I don't want to live in the country.
Q&A session is over.
Okay.
All participants are unmuted.
I open everybody's line. So. There you go.
Sergeant on that
One
monkey
thing I
business.
wanted to say, one thing that I wanted to say earlier is that he diverted from Giuliani to this, but let's go back to Giuliani. Giuliani
Oh, yeah, you better,
also.
because you ain't getting nowhere with this one.
Sarge, come on, man. Let people speak their mind,
that was
man.
the
You ain't getting nowhere with the immigration thing.
No,
You
Let
better
people
change the
speak
subject.
their minds, Sarge.
No, first of all, you got the numbers wrong. But anyway, I'm not gonna get into that. I want to go back to Giuliani because you diverted because we was getting hot with the Giuliani shit. So Giuliani was the same person that came up and tried to go to the courts about trying to overturn, and he's saying that there was all these fake electors and all this other shit, right? Where's that case at, Sarge?
He didn't say they were fake electors. He never said that.
Yes,
No,
he
no, what was
did.
his claim?
He didn't
What
make
was
that
his
argument.
claim? So then, what was his claim in court before he got himself jammed up now? What was his claim that he brought
He
to the
was
court that you
making
said they didn't
claims
hear?
of election irregularities, not about the electors that the state had selected and certified. He never made that argument.
He implicated those two ladies as counting fucking illegal votes. And
Yes,
when
he
he was found out to be a lie, and he knew he was lying and was still talking about them, they hit him and he had to pay. And as a matter of fact, what wasn't reported, and Sarge ain't gonna tell you, the court came back after them and told them they need to pay he need to pay up now. Ain't no
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he didn't know.
Hold on,
They didn't
shut
give
the
time to
fuck up.
present his evidence.
Somebody
That's what
else
I
is
told you
fucking
a little
talking.
while ago.
Somebody else
And
is
you paid
fucking
no
talking
attention
about
to
it.
it.
What is that
Now you're
so
kind of
fucking
admitting
hard
it.
for you to understand that somebody else is fucking talking? How is that fucking hard?
Yeah,
If you
you're
so
blabbing.
fucking
You're not
smart,
talking.
that should have been
You're
the first
blabbing.
fucking thing you
You're
learned
blabbing.
as a fucking
You're not
little ass child is how to shut up when somebody else is fucking
fuck you.
talking.
Good night,
That's some
you rotten
early shit.
bastard. Go to fucking hell and suck the devil's dick.
Some
That's all,
early shit you learned.
Fuck you.
Shut
Good
the
night.
fuck up.
Okay. Well, that's crazy. All right, well, YouTube, I hope y'all enjoyed the back and forth. I'm getting ready to shut y'all down. And the lines is open. So I'm ending the stream now. But yeah, he was Arizona is looking into Giuliani.